Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I see you, David. You doing fine?
I'm doing just fine today. How are you doing?
Yeah, it's okay. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay.
Yeah. So, Professor Aubert, I see you, and I see Dr. Conrad. Good morning, everyone. I assume everybody is online. So, Aubert, on your side, everybody's accounted for on the claimant side. Yeah. Dr. Conrad, your side, or Dr. Pika?
We're here. I seem to be having connection problems. I was just told by David my image froze, and I checked there are no other people in the house using anything on the wireless or on the LAN.
But I can see you now clearly.
Excellent. So that probably is the part of the normal fluctuation of the grid.
Okay. Or your neighbors are watching all kind of movies.
Well, all they're watching this hearing. I'm told that the youngest participants will be 2 in February.
All right. Oh, good. Wow.
So Kai, watch out for these French words. The boy shouldn't learn these at such a young age.
Wonderful. All right. Let's start then the hearing. First, we have one thing, the application by the respondent for introducing an additional document. And the claimants have responded to it. We received a response overnight. The tribunal has considered the application and the response by the claimants, and the application is denied for being late, and no exceptional circumstances, at least convincing exceptional circumstances, have been shown. So that is what we have outstanding. I ask Professor Robert, is there anything, or Mr. Inwald, anything else you would like to raise as a procedural or household matter? Mr. Robert, you seem now to be on the no voice matter.
Sorry. Nothing from the claimant side.
You put it behind your back, behind your head. Okay, right. Okay. Then Dr. Conrad, anything else on procedural or household?
Nothing from us at this stage.
Okay, simply to tell you, the tribunal has considered also the question about the post-hearing submissions and the possibility and what it should look like, and also a couple of further questions to the parties, both for the post-hearing briefs and potentially for their, for the closing arguments and potentially for the post-hearing submissions. We will send it in the course of today, those questions to you. A little bit, we need a little bit to tweak a few questions. So there's nothing extra. You don't get any further long list of questions. Don't worry. All right. I think then we can then start with Ms. Harden. Ms. Harden, good morning to you.
Good morning.
What time is it where you are?
It is 1 minute after 5 a.m.
Okay, well, appreciate
Luckily,
that.
I'm a morning person, so we're good.
Good. All right. Ms. Harden, can you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, my name is Laura Russell Harden.
Ms. Harden, you appear as an expert witness for the respondent. If any question is unclear to you, either because of language or for any other reason, please do seek a clarification, because if you don't do so, the tribunal assumes that you've understood the question, that you answer response to the question. Now, Ms. Harden,
Okay.
you will appreciate that testifying, be it before a court or arbitral tribunal, is a very serious matter. And in that connection, the tribunal expects you to give the declaration, the text of which is now on the screen.
I solemnly declare upon my honor and conscience that my statement will be in accordance with my sincere belief.
Thank you, Ms. Harden. And since we have a hearing online, the tribunal expects you also to give the following affirmation. Do you affirm that there is no one else in the room with you except those authorized, and that no unauthorized person can communicate with you?
Yes, there is no one else in the room and no one can communicate with me.
Mr. Rielander, do you want a sweep with the camera? to Ms. Harding's room?
That won't be necessary.
Thank you. Ms. Harding, could you then please go to your report of first of all, 3 October 2019, and go to the signature page, and which is page 97, and confirm for the record that the signature appearing under your name is your signature.
Yes, that's my signature.
And Ms. Harding, could you then please go to the forced expert report dated 14th July 2020, and you go to the signature page. Difficulties finding, I see the expert declaration, it is at page 152. And could you please confirm that the signature appearing beneath your name is your signature, Ms. Harding?
Yes, that is my signature.
Ms. Harding, is there any correction, modification, or amendment you wish to bring to either report?
No, there's not.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Harding. You have now 30 minutes for your presentation in lieu of direct.
Okay, so FTI, you're going to do my presentation? And if I ask you to move the slides?
This is TJ from FTI. That is correct. You just say next slide, and I will move to the next slide.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. So as you know, I'm Laura Harden. I'm a managing director with Alvarez and Marsal. I appreciate, Mr. President and members of the tribunal, you giving me the opportunity to make this presentation. Next slide, please. So you, members of the tribunal, have asked a very specific question. What would the damages have looked like at the 29th of June in 2011? Not March 14th, 2011, and not some day after that date. Next slide. So over the next 30 minutes, I'm going to speak about the following 5 critical issues listed here that I've covered in my 2 reports, which were responsive to question 8. Those are, Mr. Kaczmarek has not addressed the tribunal's question 8, only my calculation is responsive. Mr. Kaczmarek artificially creates a monopsony that did not exist at the valuation date. Mr. Kaczmarek's calculation is inconsistent with his professed fair market value methodology. Mr. Kaczmarek's application of offsets for the sale of OEPVs is not an appropriate alternative methodology. And Mr. Kaczmarek's DCF model includes errors and inconsistencies. Now, you've already heard a lot about those issues during the opening arguments and throughout this hearing, so I'm not going to go into all of these areas of disagreement in great detail, but specifically I'm going to focus on some areas which, based on Mr. Kaczmarek's reports, are areas where we disagree and where I don't believe he's done his calculation correctly and my calculation is more appropriate. So I'm going to start with the first issue.
May I invite you to speak somewhat slower? And I will grant you more minutes for being slower, because it's only that I'm concerned about the court reporting being
Absolutely.
correct.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So I'm going to start with the first issue. Mr. Kaczmarek has not addressed your question, only my calculation is responsive. To put it simply, my calculation assesses the excess demand for available volumes, OEPVs, at the valuation date that you specified. Mr. Kaczmarek's calculation does not do this. I note that my sales projections are based on conservative assumptions. I modeled the market based on what a rational buyer would project for plant utilization and OEPV markets based on that information. Now, Dr. Grauf used these inputs as a basis to forecast reasonable OPEX and CAPEX for both the but-for and the actual scenarios, with additional related downtime allocations, which makes these projections fairly conservative. These inputs directly affected the utilization and costs that feed into my model. So based on these inputs, the Vattenfall total portfolio of OEPVs of 51,456 gigawatt hours would be almost entirely depleted, or put another way, approximately only 4,800 gigawatt hours, or 3%, which is fairly negligible, would be left unsold with no damages to the claimant. Next slide, please. So this table summarizes my OEPV only assessment of claimants' alleged damages. My calculation demonstrates that if you approach the calculation from a true ex-ante perspective and you apply assumptions consistently to both the but-for and the actual scenarios, the claimant has had no damages. Next slide. This table summarizes my demonstrative assessment of the claimant's alleged damages under the OEPV plus LTE scenario. Under this scenario, there's actually a higher benefit than in the OEPV only scenario to the claimant. While this may seem a little strange, the LTE volumes actually do not add any incremental benefit. This is because they are subject to agreed upon renewable fund payments, which, very much like NFT payments, have a significant impact on the profitability of those volumes, particularly when prices are lower. So can we go to the next slide, please? The biggest driver of the claimant's damages is that Mr. Kaczmarek has asserted that he cannot value the volumes at the 29th of June 2011 because of an alleged monopsony. So I'm going to go through that in particular detail. Can we go to the next slide, please? This slide depicts how Mr. Kaczmarek effectively destroys the value of the OEPVs in the actual scenario, and in doing so, he creates damages for the claimant. So if you look at box A, he's modeled the demand of OEPVs using strictly ex post data. I will show this to you in a minute. Second, if you look at box B, Mr. Kaczmarek assumes a specific buyer in the market for OEPVs. I'll go into this as well. Third, if you look at box C, Mr. Kaczmarek then determines, using these first two inputs, that the available volumes, OEPVs, have no value in the actual scenario. Fourth, as this case has progressed, the available OEPVs have been proven not to be worthless or nil, worth nil, as Mr. Kaczmarek is characterized. So if you see box D, Mr. Kaczmarek then uses the actual sales proceeds, which are clearly determined based on the spot prices, to offset his but-for calculation. Finally, in box E, I point out the second way that Mr. Kaczmarek creates damages. Since the valuation date, as we all know, electricity prices have declined precipitously. This was not caused by the measures. By applying the ex post offsets, Mr. Kaczmarek effectively incorporates the wholesale electricity price decline into the alleged measures complained of by the claimant. This entire methodology that I've laid out here is inappropriate for answering your question 8, and therefore it is of no value to you in assessing the claimant's damages. Can we move to the next slide, please? So for the first issue I just talked about is the fact that we should only be talking about ex-ante data when we're answering your question. It is apparent from these excerpts that Mr. Kaczmarek's own sources dictate that the only relevant information is what is known or knowable as at the valuation date. And I point out, it says, reasonably or fully informed does not mean having a crystal ball that eliminates uncertainties by forecasting the future with precision. After the fact valuations should not abuse the standard of reasonable knowledge based on the facts that clarified themselves shortly or long after the historical valuation date. So as valuers, we do not have the luxury of hindsight in creating a fair market value. Next slide. As I have stated in my reports, Mr. Kaczmarek has actually performed the calculation to project demand for OEPVs in the actual scenario. He just hasn't assigned any value. He's also used ex post information available through June 2015, which his own sources dictate is not a correct approach. Next slide. So this slide summarizes at a high level the selective utilization assumptions of Mr. Kaczmarek and how they serve to increase the claimant's damages. So the first point is that Mr. Kaczmarek uses ex post utilization data, some of it, but then ignores other data that's not favorable to him in his calculation. Secondly, with regard to the Krümmel nuclear power plant utilization in the but-for, it far exceeds historical utilization and even the reference production volumes of RPVs. So he assumes basically that a plant that is historically very underutilized and which has been shut down for a number of years is projected to operate at a very high rate of utilization through 2030 with no problems. My third point on the slide is that the Brockdorf utilization, on the other hand, in the but-for and the actual, is projected based on historical information since the beginning of its operations, which actually lowers the utilization projection because it does not take into consideration the improvements that have been made to the plant in turbines and capacity of the plant. This is also despite the fact that the same management expectations that were available for Krümmel that he relies upon for his projections are available for Brockdorf. And these are available in LH 75, and I believe Mr. Kaczmarek refers to NAV 85. Next slide, yeah. So as this slide demonstrates, Mr. Kaczmarek has purported to perform a fair market value calculation as of the valuation date, but he's not done it. His justification for not valuing the OEPVs in the actual scenario is the existence of an alleged monopsony market as of the valuation date, and it's based entirely on ex post data. As you can see from this diagram, he uses utilization from 2014, or actually all the way to June 2015. He relies upon letters that were received by the claimants from other operators saying they were not interested in the volumes, and he then applies offset calculations. And all of this information is then projected back to the valuation date. Next slide. In fact, Mr. Kaczmarek uses several versions of utilization projections to support his claim of monopsony, and I'm going to use Brockdorf as an example. So this first table on the left is from Appendix F7, and it's not meant to be read. I'm just I'm showing it to you to show you the screenshot from the model. And this is from his second report model, which is repeated in all of his calculations after that. And this depicts the utilization as applied for purposes of his discounted cash flow model. And he uses it in the but-for and the actual scenarios, although he only projects Brockdorf running through 2019. So for the purposes of his calculation, he uses a utilization rate of 89%. Now, this may seem like it would have the same impact in the but-for and the actual scenarios, but actually this isn't the case. The use of lower utilization than management forecasts results in an artificially lower demand for OEPVs in the actual scenario, which leads to future OEPVs being consumed and a loss of value. The second table on the right-hand side is what Mr. Kaczmarek uses to assess the need for OEPVs in the actual scenario. Now, I point out that he's not using any of the data above 2011. He's using only data from 2011 through the end of 2014, which results in, for Brockdorf, a different utilization of 85%, so lower than he's using in his model to calculate Brockdorf's utilization. So lowering the utilization down at 85% instead of using management expectations, or for instance, Brockdorf's historical utilization for the 10 years prior to 2011, which was about 93%, artificially creates an imbalance between OEPV's supply and demand. So for Brockdorf, he uses two different projected utilizations. Next slide, please. Now this slide compares my projected total demand for OEPVs, which is the blue bars, to Mr. Kaczmarek's projection of demand for OEPVs, which is signified by the dark red bars and then the kind of light red or pink bars. So the red ones, the darker red is his first report, and the pink ones are his second report. I note, looking at this graph, that Mr. Kaczmarek's numbers went from being fairly close to mine projections, and I note that he still, in his first report, was using ex post data, so that accounts for some of the difference, to being much further away. You can also note that in his fourth report, which is where the pink bars are coming from, he does not project the sale of OEPVs in 2019 at all, which is a change in his approach, only in 2020 to 2022. So this just one change in his utilization has artificially removed 16,650 gigawatt hours from expected demand of OEPVs. Next slide. So now I'm going to move on to the second point that I talked about, which is related to Krummel's utilization in the but-for. This depicts Mr. Kaczmarek's calculation of Krummel's nuclear power plant's historical utilization with some very noticeable lower years. You can see it going up and down. And he states that the average historical utilization was 77%. And this is depicted by the dotted blue line. This is against his projected utilization rate of about 85%, with a couple of years where they're having maintenance early on, but you can see that after a certain point, it's strictly at 85% for going forward for the next 20 years. In my view, this projected utilization for the Krummel nuclear power plant is a bit aggressive. As I stated in my third report, if the years after when the Krummel nuclear power plant was shut down are also taken into account, the historical utilization drops on average from 77% to 67%. So if you take into account the entire period, even including the time when the nuclear power plants were not operating, it's 67% utilization. Next slide. Now, you've heard me discuss before in my reports and at the hearing and be questioned on reference production volumes. And I wanted to point out that as part of my ex post calculation, of course, I had calculations involving reference production volumes. And Mr. Kaczmarek was very heavily criticizing me for using reference production volumes. And in this chart, the reference productions are the blue line, and Mr. Kaczmarek's projection is set against the reference production volumes. So you can see that the utilization for Krummel going into the 2030s exceeds reference production volumes. And these are the levels of utilization that Mr. Kaczmarek previously said were unachievable. Next slide. So I wanted to emphasize to you, members of the tribunal, the impact of this position on this key assumption of assigning value to the OEPVs in the actual scenario. In my fourth model, I created toggles to demonstrate the order of magnitude impact of various assumptions. The first 5 toggles I view more as corrections of what I believe Mr. Kaczmarek has made, where he's made mistakes. So the first 5 toggles are mistakes. The second 7 toggles are areas where the claimant and respondent more disagree. So I note if I correct only 3 of the mistakes in Mr. Kaczmarek's model by switching the toggles to A&M, and then I assign value to the OEPV volumes in the actual scenario, the claimant has not incurred any damages. So this demonstrates that Mr. Kaczmarek's refusal to assign the value to the volumes as at the valuation date This created damages for the claimant. Next slide. I'm going to talk now about Mr. Kaczmarek's calculation being inconsistent with professed fair market value methodology. Next slide. In his fourth report, Mr. Kaczmarek spends a large amount of time talking about the definition of fair market value. Yet, as I have said in my responses, he does really not adhere to these fair market value principles. Now, as frequent arbitrators, I'm sure that you're well acquainted with the standard definition of fair market value that I've put on this slide from International Valuation Standards, or IVS. I draw your attention specifically to certain parts of the definition. These are, first of all, that we assume a willing seller and a willing buyer. Fair market value also does not reflect attributes of assets that are of value to a specific owner or purchaser. We're talking about a hypothetical buyer and a hypothetical seller, which determines the fair market value. I also note that the second definition I have on this slide talks about a given date, which means that the fair market value must be assessed as at a particular date, because the fair market value changes depending on the date on which it's assessed. A mismatch of the dates in the but-for and the actual scenarios, for example, can artificially create damages. Next slide. Yet despite this definition that we just looked at, I believe that Mr. Kaczmarek does not adhere to fair market value requirements. In the market for OAPVs, contrary to this definition, he identifies a specific buyer, E.ON. Then he states that that specific buyer would be unwilling to buy, quoting from letters from 2015, which are 4 years later than the evaluation date, as support for this assumption. Next slide. In fact, Mr. Kaczmarek states specifically in at least 3 separate places that a willing buyer must be assumed. Yet he says, because of the alleged monopsony market, that the buyer would be unwilling to purchase OAPV volumes and the price would be driven to zero. There's another support in the sources shown here that was quoted by Mr. Kaczmarek, which contradicts as identifying E.ON as the only buyer. That is, finding that a seller would not sell because the price is too high, or that a buyer would not buy because the price is, the other way around. Finding that a seller would not sell because the price is too low, or that a buyer would not buy because the price is too high, implies analysis and motivation of specific sellers and buyers, ignoring the need to consider hypothetical sellers and buyers. And this introduces elements of speculation and subjectivity, which are not contemplated by the definition of fair market value. So basically, if you assume a specific seller and buyer, you can create a price that is much higher than the fair market value or much lower than the fair market value, depending on the specific motivations of specific buyers. Taking these things into consideration is not allowed when you're doing a fair market value analysis. Thank you. Go to the next slide, please. I'm now going to talk about Mr. Kaczmarek's application of offsets and how this is not an appropriate alternative methodology. Next, yeah. I would like to assure the tribunal that there is most definitely a difference between Mr. Kaczmarek's approach and assessing the value through a discounted cash flow model. In fact, Mr. Kaczmarek's approach of applying offsets provides the claimants with windfall profits. Why is this? This is because he's compounded his error significantly. He has effectively made the changes in electricity prices part of the alleged measures. This is something that neither he nor the claimant has ever said is part of the measures. This is inconsistent with the price of Brockdorf's OAPVs as projected by Mr. Kaczmarek to be sold in 2020 in the but-for scenario. The price is nearly 60% higher than the price that was paid for Krummel's OAPVs in the recent transaction. This is how Mr. Kaczmarek has created damages for the claimant, because the difference between these two prices is not due to the measures. Additionally, I note that in the but-for scenario, when Mr. Kaczmarek assigns value to transactions that did not occur, by the way, on the valuation date. They're projected to occur 9 years later. He's fully confident assessing the fair market value in this scenario for those volumes that are going to be sold in the future. This is a major inconsistency in the treatment of OEPVs in the but-for and actual scenarios by Mr. Kaczmarek. Next slide. Okay, so this slide also talks about the issue that his offset approach currently does not appropriately value the Brockdorf nuclear power plant. He does not assign any value to the Brockdorf nuclear power plant for operating beyond 2019 in his model. And the Brockdorf nuclear power plant has a license to operate through 2021. So if you assume wholesale electricity prices are approximately 60 euros per megawatt, as Mr. Kaczmarek has, and the price that they're paying is 27.83 per megawatt, if you run that through the model, Brockdorf's nuclear power plant profits are not insignificant. This is not reflected in Mr. Kaczmarek's model, which artificially inflates the claimant's alleged damages. So if you fix Mr. Kaczmarek's model, the Brockdorf nuclear power plant is actually more valuable in the actual scenario than it was in the but-for scenario, because it can operate longer. So there's actually a benefit to Brockdorf as a result of the measures. Next slide, please. In this slide, I have included an excerpt from Mr. Kaczmarek's fourth report, which demonstrates that he agrees that the ex-post prices are impacted by macroeconomic and industry factors. The second quote is Mr. Kaczmarek's suggestion from his report that on the basis of alleged monopsony, that the prices of the OEPVs would be driven to nil. The recent sale of OEPVs and the arguments of various parties in the courts disputing the OEPV ownership have demonstrated that this statement is incorrect. In fact, the price at which the volumes have exchanged hands has been in line with actual spot prices, which at the moment I think are approximately 35 euros per megawatt hour. Next slide, please. So now I'd like to go into my last point, which is Mr. Kaczmarek's DCF model includes errors and inconsistencies. Next slide, yeah. One of the impactful valuation considerations which Mr. Kaczmarek continues to ignore is the declining market conditions throughout Europe between March 10, 2011 and June 29, 2011. In order to circumvent these negative trends that were evident in European power markets that I've depicted here in this graph, Mr. Kaczmarek has focused his attention on US utility Exelon Corporation, which, in my opinion, is irrelevant. I'm going to get to that in a minute. In particular, if you look at this graph, the orange line is EDF, which is a utility which has the largest nuclear portfolio in the world. And they experienced a marked decline in value between March 10th and June 29th in 2011, which would not have been ignored by a prudent and rational hypothetical buyer. I note that EDF was not impacted by the 13th Amendment, so it cannot be said that the 13th Amendment caused this decline. EDF actually experienced a decline of 7 billion euros, or 12% of its market cap, which Mr. Kaczmarek has referred to as insignificant. This statement to me is unreasonable. Next slide. Now I've covered the issue of Exelon Corporation and its use as a comparable company or even as a reasonableness test extensively in my reports. These discussions are laid out in detail in sections 5.4 of my third report and 4.9 of my fourth report. I've essentially stated that Exelon is not a comparable company for Vattenfall's German nuclear power plants, and that Mr. Kaczmarek has made a number of mistakes and misrepresentations in his analysis of Exelon Corporation. While Mr. Kaczmarek has attempted to downplay the importance of his reliance on Exelon, I would caution the tribunal to remember that this is the basis on which Mr. Kaczmarek assumes that the market conditions have not changed in Europe, when all of the evidence that Dr. Cohen and I have presented clearly demonstrates that there are indications that it has. Next slide. This demonstrates that there is no need for a tax adjustment for the negative value of the Krümmel nuclear power plant. There's a number of reasons for this. The first is that it's not clear that there would be any tax imposed in any event. This is the respondents' experts' opinion that they've given in the first round of submissions. Additionally, we've said if he would simply apply value to the volumes, there would be no negative value to Krümmel, and so there would be no need for a gross up of that award. Nonetheless, if you follow his approach, which I do not agree with, to just state that, he's made two critical mistakes. He's forgotten to reduce the alleged negative value of Krümmel for the recent OEPV sales amounts, because there's a tax benefit there that needs to be offset against this alleged negative value that's going to have to be grossed up. He also could use the salvaged part sales to do this. If he were to take into account all of his offsets of spare parts and sales of OEPVs, they would need only to sell another 6.4 terawatts as of the date of my report, such that the need for this gross up would be completely wiped out. And in the interim, since my last report was issued, and now there's been a further sale of 3 terawatt hours, so it's down to 3.4. When I correct for these errors, there's no need for a tax gross up on the negative value of Krümmel. Next slide. Now, these next two slides just summarize some of the issues that are inconsistencies throughout his report, inconsistencies and mistakes. The utilization we've talked about in great detail. The application of NFT is inconsistent between Brockdorf, where he applies it, and Krümmel, where he does not. The but-for prices of the Brunsbüttel OEPVs are incorrectly calculated in the but-for scenario. The value of salvaged parts is not appropriate. He should have taken it from the date, the valuation date, and not based on offsets. Next slide. The Brunsbüttel damages should be presented not net of tax instead of grossed up. There's an error in the toggle for NFT for Brunsbüttel, which continues to be there. The Krümmel impairment and decommissioning tax adjustment should be 100% if you're claiming 100% of the damages. And finally, the CapEx for Krümmel needs to be adjusted because of the moratorium when it would not have been incurring CapEx, and then also in the actual scenario when it was shut down and it would no longer need to be incurring CapEx. Next slide. I note that Mr. Kaczmarek's values have changed significantly from his first report to his fourth report. This is a lot of it is due to the inconsistent treatment of NFT, but this is not the only difference. He keeps changing the numbers. I don't even know exactly what's going on between the third and fourth report because I didn't get a model with the fourth report, but then they're fairly close, but there are differences. Finally, if you look at this chart, in the fourth report, you'll note that the values for Brockdorf and Krümmel are very close, 1.5 billion and 1.4 or 1.5 billion. They're very, very close there. On the face of it, this does not seem like a reasonable assumption because Krümmel, with so much less time to operate, and Brockdorf is a much more efficient plant. So this doesn't seem reasonable to me that they should be so close. So now I'd like to just make a conclusion. Next slide, please. And then next slide. So if you look at all of the issues that we've gone through in this presentation, if Mr. Kaczmarek were to do a proper ex-ante calculation, if he'd applied appropriate fair market value methodology, if he'd calculated the value of the OEPVs in the actual scenario, if he'd not applied offsets but actually done what I said, looked at the value in the actual scenario, if he'd made sure that the tax adjustments were actually necessary, if he'd appropriately priced available volumes, and if he'd applied utilization assumptions that were reasonable in both and applied them consistently. And that's really the main issue, is being consistent between the but-for and the actual scenarios. I think that Mr. Kazmarek would have come to largely the same conclusion that I did, which is that the claimant have suffered no damages. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harden. Ms. Wielander for the cross-examination.
Thank you. And just a question first. I just want to check the time that I have available. I looked at the time chart, and if I read it correctly, we would have 300 minutes left. I just want to make sure that's accurate.
Yeah, but your estimate is 220, wasn't it?
Well, according to the PO, we can
210,
allocate the time.
210, I see. Yeah.
Yes, but according to the PO, we can allocate the time as we wish. And this, I want to confirm how much time we have left from the total that we.
Are you saying that you need more than 300 minutes?
More than 300? And I don't hope so. No, that would be the maximum according to the time chart. So that's just what I wanted to mention.
Right, okay, you're only checking the time chart. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I confirm that you have 390 minutes left, which would include the 90 minutes for the closings.
Good.
Okay. I mean, the time needed will, of course, depend on the answers, but we'll see. Okay. Good morning, Ms. Harden.
Good morning.
Good early morning, perhaps. Let's see. I have a few questions first on your presentation. So if we can get that on the screen. Let's turn to slide 11. And here in the heading, you say, Mr. Kazmarek inappropriately manipulates utilization of the MPPs to fabricate an alleged collapse in the market, and so on. You see that?
Yes.
And your third point here has to do with the Brockdorf utilization, correct?
Yes.
And you say here that Mr. Kazmarek has ignored management expectations of approximately 92% utilization. See that?
Yes.
You say approximately 92%. What's the precise figures of the sources that you rely on?
I don't recall at the moment. I'd have to look at it.
If I would tell you that the range that you referred to previously is 89.3 through 91.8, does that sound about right? Or do we need to go there and check?
It sounds in the range, yes.
Okay, so we have a range from 89.3 to 91.8, and here that's approximately 92. So you kind of rounded up, didn't you? Yes or no?
I don't recall what the 89 was related to, but
okay.
I know that historically.
Can we put? Sorry, no. Can we put on the screen next to this split screen, Ms. Harden's fourth report, page 74. Paragraph 4612 at the bottom. And if you can move that, thank you. There you said utilization rates specified in this document that range annually from 89.29 to 91.8. That's the source for your now approximately 92%, isn't it? Or if there's another one, please point me to it.
Yeah, I don't recall at the moment. There may have been other things in that document that that led to this number, but this is what's written in my report.
If you have another source for the approximately 92% in your presentation, I would like you to point me to it. You put it in the presentation for today, you must have had something in mind. Right, I'll give you another 30 seconds, then you can do this in the next break.
Yeah, well,
I can put it to
I'm
you that
trying
there's no
to
other
be
source.
helpful and look. I'm trying to be helpful and look at the actual document. So if you give me a second. I just can't remember off the top of my head the number of the document. If it's helpful, I can look at it at the break and we can come back to it.
Yeah, please do, and let us know if there's another source than this 89.3 to 91.8. Okay, we can keep this on the screen. At least in your report, you said that these documents indicate a range from 89.3 to 91.8, correct? It's
Yes,
on the screen.
That's what's written there, yes.
Yes. Whereas Mr. Kaczmarek has applied an average for Brockdorf of 88.7, correct? You can see that on the same extract there.
For yes, not for for projecting whether they would use it in use volumes in the future. He's used a different rate of utilization.
I'm speaking about the utilization that you're referencing here in 4612.
Yes.
88.7, right?
Yes.
So in other words, you believe that the utilization rate that Mr. Kaczmarek applies for Brockdorf is too low, the 88.7, I assume.
Yes. This is a plant that was operating at
that's all I need. Thank you.
on average in historically for the last 10 years, 2001 through 2010. So yeah, I think it's probably a little too low, which I discussed with Dr. Graf.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Kaczmarek's figure, the 88.7, that's the average for all years, right? Including any years with additional downtime, correct?
That's all continue using all years since inception, which, as we know, there's been improvements. I think the technical experts even attested to that there have been recent improvements that have caused nuclear power plants to be more efficient and operate at higher rates of utilization than they experienced in the early years.
Okay, this might take 5 hours if we can expand on every answer. My question was, Mr. Kaczmarek's figure, the 88.7, that's the average for all years, right? Including years for additional downtime, correct?
Yes.
Based on Dr. Graf's input, what's the corresponding average utilization rate for all years, including years with downtime that you have applied for Brockdorf?
I don't recall specifically. I know how it is calculated. It's calculated as the best 5 years in the prior 10-year period, and then Dr. Graf applies an adjustment to account for additional maintenance and downtime related to upgrades, required upgrades, things like that.
I was asking what you, in your analysis, what average utilization rate you are applying for Brockdorf?
I don't remember specifically.
Do you at least know whether the average rate that you apply is higher or lower than this average rate of 88.7 that Mr. Kaczmarek applies?
It's higher. Yeah, I think it's in the range of 90, 92% between those two numbers.
Okay, we can start by looking at the 92%. Or let me put a question to you first. According to my review of your report, the 92%, that's the average, but not including the years with additional downtime.
Right.
Is that right?
Yes, I
so
think.
if you
I have to intervene now. We gave Mr. Kaczmarek the chance to look at his model, and we would expect that the other side applies the same fairness also to our expert, rather than asking her to recall without giving her the chance to consult the document.
I think that Ms. Harding can ask for her own document if she needs to.
Yes, that's right. So, Ms. Harding, if you need to consult your model for the numbers, please do so. Just state that to the tribunal and for the record.
Okay, I think I'd like to do that.
Okay, we can start by putting on the screen what you wrote in your fourth report, and then you can go
Okay.
to your model if needed. Okay, let's go to page 19.
The witness has just said that she needed the model, and you again refusing to show
Sorry,
it.
Dr. Conrad, I have ruled now, and let's move on. Ms. Harden is now aware that she may consult the model if she wish.
So we can just have a look at 2.141, and then you can go check your model if you want to. And there you say, starting at 3 lines from the bottom, those projected by Dr. Graf, which I have applied in my calculation, i.e. average 92%, except in years where additional downtime is forecast by Dr. Graf. So your 92%, that's not the average for all years, is it?
No, this is my recollection.
And do you know what your average is if you use all years, including those with downtime?
Well, I'm saying that we were conservative. This is a conservative assumption. I actually believe that it would operate at 19%, and then Dr. Graf, because I'm going on historical operations, and then Dr. Graf added additional. So it's a conservative assumption.
Okay, I'll repeat my question because that wasn't answering my question. Do you know what your average is if you use all years, including those with additional downtime?
I don't know off the top of my head, no.
Okay, we can have a look in your model. If you let my colleague share his screen, you just need to bring it up. I mean, you can bring it up yourself if you want to.
Dr. Reinhold, you have to make a choice. Either you bring up or have.
Okay, we'll bring it up. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll bring it. We'll share our screen. So we're in LH Appendix 40, updated. So that's from your fourth report. We're in the tab Brockdorf Production. We can see row 30, that's the utilization rate, right?
Yes, can you make it bigger, please?
You see that? It's 93.14, 92.32, and so on.
Yes.
Okay, so let's try and make an average out of that. It's a lot of years.
I wouldn't include the last year because, you know, this is okay. This is the OEPV plus LTE model. It doesn't, the last year appears not to be a full year.
Okay, let's try that first then. So we take out AF, that's what you want us to do? Call them AF, we just do through AE?
Yep.
Okay, let's see what average we get. 87.5. So that's your average if you include all years, Ms. Harden, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. We can stop sharing that. And 87.5, that's lower than Mr. Kaczmarek's figure 88.7, isn't it? It's just numbers.
I would need to look specifically at Mr. Kaczmarek's utilization and see if additional downtime is added into there on top of what the average is from historically.
Now, Mr. Kaczmarek uses the average of all years, including the years with downtimes, and he gets the 88.7. That's higher than the 87.5, which is your average. You You can confirm in the break if you need to. We just looked in your model.
Yeah, I'm not talking about my model, I'm talking about his, but I'm
Yeah.
not sure that that's the case. I'd have
Okay,
to
you can
look
go
at
and check,
my-
and then after the break, if you want to bring that up and tell me that I'm wrong, please do. We'll continue. Let's go to your presentation again. You can put that on screen. Thank you. Just use the presentation for the full screen. Thank you. We go to slide 32. Next slide. Yeah. And here you say in the heading, well, you read it a bit differently this morning, but you say in the heading here, Mr. Kaczmarek's drastic valuation changes should call into question his underlying assumptions and how they've changed throughout his reports. See that?
Yes,
And one of the changes that you illustrate here and which you discussed this morning, that's the change between his third and fourth report, right? That's the fourth and fifth bar, correct?
yes,
Or at least the alleged difference, I should say. In fact, Mr. Kaczmarek did not make any changes to his valuations between his third and fourth report, did he?
I don't know that that's the case. First of all, I haven't seen a model for the fourth report, but the numbers are slightly different. And he has, and I can't recall exactly which reports this happens, but he goes back sometime to his first model. Sometimes he goes back to the second model, his second report model. Sometimes he goes to different models as a basis for his offsets. They're not huge changes all the time, but there are differences.
Yeah, I'm speaking specifically with what you say is a change between his third and fourth report, which I say does not exist. And the question to you is, the only reason why there is a difference between these two bars here is because you changed your focus from March data to June data, isn't it?
Well, he also changes his focus. He presented two numbers initially, and then he presents only one going forward after that. That's
Okay,
why I changed.
let's keep this on the screen, and we put next to it Mr. Kaczmarek's fourth report. We go to PDF page 13. So here's table 1. This is using then March data. If you can move that so we can still see the presentation. So this is his fourth report. And we can see if we look at the but for values at the top there, please move it so you can see the bars. That's we can see Crimmel 1454. So that's also reflected in your bar there, right?
Right.
And 153, well, 9 rounded up, and 841. Okay. So it's matching with table 1 from Mr. Kaczmarek's fourth report. I assume this is the numbers that you're presenting in the fifth bar here in the presentation. Yes. And then we just go a couple of pages further in the same fourth report, PDF page 15. That's table 3. And here we have with June data, the data that you no longer rely on or refer to, take as a starting point for your analysis. And let's compare those with what you say are his third report values. But keep in mind, we're still in his fourth report here. It's 1599, 1584, and 853. Isn't it? So you've just taken the March data figures and June data figures and presented them in your presentation as values from his third and fourth report, haven't you? When in fact they've been the same in both his third and fourth.
He focuses on the March data in his fourth report. He may have put this in, but he focuses on the March data.
You're saying to us that in his third report, he's not focusing on the March data?
He says that he
Yes or
prefers
no?
the March data. He says that he prefers the March data in his third
Yeah, in his
report.
third report. Yeah, thank
Yeah.
you. We can just stay on the slide and remove the report. We look further down on the same slide, in the box there. And you say, with respect to Brockdorf, Mr. Kaczmarek's valuation of Brockdorf MPP decreased by approximately 36% from his first report to his fourth. You see that? First sentence.
Yes.
So that's a 36% difference from the report in 2013 to the report in 2020, correct? First and fourth. Those are the two reports you're
Yes.
referring to. Yes. Let's then turn to, we can keep that and we can skip it and just open up our demonstrative exhibit number 5. I'm sure you've seen it before today. Now, please, our demonstrative exhibit 5, claimants. Thank you. And here, as you probably have seen, we've compiled the values from the reports that you've submitted now in 2019 and 2020, third and fourth report. And just as an example, we can look at line 5 or item number 5, we just numbered them for ease of reference. That's the but-for value of Brunsbüttel in the LTE scenario. And your value changed between your third and fourth report from 131 million to 386.5 million, correct?
Well, you're comparing the but-for value with the but-for value plus the tax impact, I believe. I mean, can I look at the?
No, Ms. Harden, that's right.
It's hard for me to look at these numbers and recall where they come from.
No, yeah,
so you're going to have to show me where they come from.
Yeah, no, that's fine. We don't need to go into the reason why it changed, because it is because of the tax impact. You're right. I'm just looking at the figures.
Mr. Ryland, there's one fair point by Ms. Harden. So you show here numbers Harden 3 versus Harden 4 in row 5, a variance of 195% on your demonstrative exhibits. But what is the source?
The sources are at the bottom, and I would assume that Ms. Harden and her team, if they had found any errors in this, they would have surely let us know. If we need to verify this, we can of course do it. I promise you, it's okay.
We need to do it.
So, Ms. Harden, did you verify the demonstrative exhibits?
I cannot keep numbers in my head. I need to look at where the lines where they're coming from. So if we can go to exactly these documents, I can look at them and tell you what the differences are, and to tell you whether they're the right ones or not.
Mr. Ryland, it may be in somewhat tedious exercise, but I think it's a fair point that Ms. Harden makes.
We can check this one, and of course I would have assumed that if anyone on respondent side thought that we had included any incorrect figures here, they would surely have let us know. But we can certainly verify.
Mr. President, we had no chance to respond to the demonstratives, and now Mr. Rylander saying that we didn't use a chance that we didn't have is
Dr. Conrad,
astonishing.
Dr. Conrad noticed. We move on, Mr. Rylander. The point is made. You cannot simply show these numbers on the screen, and without offering the expert to go to where she has shown these numbers in her reports.
Okay, well, let's do that then for this one.
Yeah.
We can put on the screen, keep in mind then, we're at the but-for.
Okay, can you first show then on the screen the 131, 270 million?
Sure,
in Harden
definitely.
3. Ms. Harden, and you tell me if that's the source you would like to look at. Okay.
Yes, that's fine.
Yeah, and of course that can be found in Ms. Harden's Excel model. You don't have those figures in your report, do you, Ms. Harden? The actual values and but-for values. That's why we printed those for the other demonstratives. We can open up demonstrative number 2.
No, sorry, Mr. Hyden, you have just now shown us row 5, and
Yep.
please show in Hardin 3 where we see 131,217, the calculation.
We can do that, certainly, Mr. President. It's you can't find it in the reports. You can't find any of these values in the reports. You need to go to the Excel model. That's why.
Fine.
Yeah. So we can do that. So let's start with the 131,217. We need to go to Ms. Hardin's LTE. Let's see. So we can see that. You see at the bottom, OP plus LTE figures from Hardin 3, LH Appendix 40. That's the reference. So if we let my colleague share his screen, I think that's easier since we need to go to. See it. Let's see. Documentary. Yeah, this is the updated from the fourth report. You need to take the, but we can take that figure first if that's easier. This is the wrong Excel model. But let's do it while we're here. The but-for value of Brunspittel, that's 386,562 now in your final model. We just do it the other way around since we have it on the screen. Is that right, Ms. Hardin?
This is from my fourth report?
Yes.
Okay, this is from my fourth report.
Yes.
And this, we're looking at Brunspittel.
Brunspittel but-for.
This is including the tax impact. The
Yes, that you added. Which you added.
562.
I'm sorry, you are overlapping too much. Can you please go one at a time? Start your question again, sir.
Sorry. Yes, you added that tax issue between your third and fourth report, didn't you, Ms. Hardin?
Yes.
Yes.
But there is, if you look at the but-for enterprise value, it's 270. So that number, the 386,562, includes the tax impact.
Yes. And that's the but-for enterprise value you have here in your fourth report for the Brunspittel in the but-for scenario, correct?
Adding the tax impact.
Sure, yeah. And then if we, so that's the fourth report. We started in the other end, and then we can go check that 131 million from the third report if we need to. Do you have it? Or else I can share from my screen.
Oh, all right. I'm sorry. I thought you were putting it on the screen.
Yeah.
Looking through I located, is it demonstrative exhibit 2?
Yes, exactly. That's what I wanted to put to you. That would have been much easier. We've printed the that sheet from all of your 4 models. So it's 131 million, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a little hard to read. Is it 131,217?
That's right.
Yep, that appears to be, but that is again the but-for value, enterprise value line versus the the other one, which includes the impact of the tax.
And again, Ms. Harden, that tax you added between your 3rd and 4th report. That tax impact, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Before you leave here, Mr. Hielander, so if you net out the tax in your 4th report, you get to 279.24 million. Is that correct?
Yes, but Mr. President,
okay,
it's
so
not.
Ask Ms. Harden.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and how does that compare to the 131 million in the 3rd report?
Well, that is the comparing apples to apples without the tax impact. So that would be comparable.
So you went up from 131 to 270 million.
That's correct.
Okay, is there any explanation for that?
Yes, I would have to spend some time looking at all of the reasons why that happens, but I think probably the biggest driver is a refinement to the way we calculated the pricing of the OEPVs. And the way that we did it in our 3rd report was to do it largely the same way that Mr. Kazmarek has done it, which is to use an incremental value based on the Brockdorf plant and in 1 year, and gross that up for tax purposes, or for the tax benefit, or add a tax benefit, and then apply that to the volumes in each of the years, which we refined in our 4th report to doing a net present value. You're doing that same exercise on the net present value. So basically deciding how much that the purchasing plant, which in our case is Brockdorf, could pay based on the what would bring the net present value to 0. So the plant is not harmed and actually in taking those volumes. So while Brockdorf's value, Brunsbüttel value increased, Brockdorf's value decreased some. So it's basically, it moved some of the value from Brockdorf to Brunsbüttel.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on. We can stop sharing this. And can we put your 4th report on the screen? Can we have Ms. Harden's 4th report? That's not it. There we go. Thank you. And we can start at page 126. And there we have section 415 at the bottom. And that's entitled Impact of the Measures on Vattenfall's Entire Portfolio of Electricity Generation Assets. Do you see that? Ms. Harden?
Yes, I'm looking to make sure that I'm in this correct place. Yes.
Okay. And in this section, you address the so-called portfolio effect, correct?
Yes,
And you refer to Dr. Cohen's assessment for your statements in this section, right?
yes, this was a calculation performed by Dr. Cohen.
And you refer to his fourth report, correct, for that calculation?
Yes,
And you note in this section that Mr. Kaczmarek's estimate of damages should be around 3 billion less than he has currently estimated. Is that right?
that's what Dr. Cohen included. I think that
Yeah,
I think if you were going to actually do this calculation, you would want to take into account tax. But Dr. Cohen, he said that basically is implying that there is a benefit to the claimants, other plants, in this order of magnitude.
I see. Oh, you listened in on his examination yesterday? Sorry, Dr. Cohen's?
Yes,
Okay, so you agree that it should be an after-tax figure at least,
yes,
do you? Okay. Now, let me just simply put, what Dr. Cohen has done is to multiply a differential between but-for and actual electricity prices by Vattenfall's expected generation from hydro and lignite, correct?
yes.
Can we go then to respondents Q8 rejoinder? I can just read it first and we'll see if we need to go there, perhaps. Respondent says in paragraph 170 on page 53, I think this is not your document, it would be good for you to have it in front of you. There we go. And the first sentence is, the only reason why this deduction is not included in Ms. Harder's model is that already without it, claimant's damages are negative. So you decided not to make a deduction since claimant's damages are already without it, negative without it, correct?
I didn't make that determination. I think the point of this statement is that the claimants already did not incur damages, so it doesn't add anything to put this in. I didn't make that determination.
And if damages had not already been negative, would you have deducted the 3 billion or perhaps 2.1 without taxes? Or after tax, I should say.
Honestly, I was not asked to look at the portfolio effect and add it into damages. So if I'd been asked to do that, I would have done that.
Respondent is saying here in its Q8 rejoinder that the only reason why you have not made that deduction is because claimant's damages are already negative. Do you agree or do you not agree with that statement?
This was not what the statement said.
Excuse me.
My apologies for intervening here because I am only reading that paragraph and it does not speak of Ms. Hardin. It says this deduction is not included, and everything I wanted to ask for is Mr. Rühlander to read the sentence correctly. My apologies.
Dr. Pika, you were talking?
Here's the video button. My apologies.
Okay, sorry, because I thought that Dr. Conrad was in charge of this this examination. Anyway, so but you are making an objection for behalf of the respondent?
We would very much like if Mr. Rühlander correctly reads what he's putting on screen rather than pretending to read and leaving out points, basically mischaracterizing what he's showing.
So A, we can see the text, and B, what was he leaving out?
He was attributing this decision to Ms. Harden.
No, I don't think so. That's not the case. He was saying, well, look, this is what is stated. And Ms. Harden says, and who made the determination? And Ms. Harden then said, well, look, it's not me, and I was not asked to address the portfolio effect. And then the next question was, but is this your position, if I paraphrase him correctly? And that's where we are. And Ms. Harden, what is the answer to that question?
Well, my answer was that I was not asked to include this in my calculation, and I didn't make that decision.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wieland, please continue.
Thank you. And then my question was, if damages had not already been negative, would you have deducted this figure provided by or calculated by Dr. Cohen?
Again, I don't make up my own instructions. I follow the instructions of counsel as to what damages, that they want to claim. I certainly think it's possible to claim these damages.
Okay, I'll move on. You're aware, of course, that Dr. Cohen's analysis is an estimate of a likely impact, are you not?
It's an estimate because we didn't have contemporaneous projections at the time from the claimant of what they assumed the projections of production would be.
Is that your understanding that Dr. Cohen's analysis is only an estimate or an indicative because of uncertainties when it comes to the production in the non-nuclear portfolio? Did I understand you correctly?
I think that it would have been improved by having contemporaneous information on production going forward at the expectations at the time.
Okay, let us go to Dr. Cohen's report. Can we put that on the screen, please? His fourth report. We can go to page 82. Paragraph 327. Yeah, that's better. And it says here, and this is Dr. Cohen, I have calculated the average increment in power prices as a result of assumptions concerning MPP expedited closure across these studies, relied on by Mr. Kaczmarek, to range from year to year between 5 and 21%. So Dr. Cohen relies on studies submitted with Mr. Kaczmarek's early reports to calculate this 5 to 21% price differential. Is that your understanding too?
Yes.
And let's move down to paragraph 342 on page 85. And here we have then, I estimate the impact on Vattenfall's hydro and lignite plants of differentiating but for an actual projected prices in each year by an average 5 to 21% to be 3.0 billion. Let's see. So the 3 billion figure assumes this difference of an average of 5 to 21% between but for an actual prices, correct?
I think the differences ranged from 5 to 21% is my recollection in any given time period. So I think the range was 5 to 21% that he applied as the differential.
Yeah. And do you know when applying that price differential to get to the figure of 3 billion, or well, lower after tax then, if he applied that to Mr. Kashmarek's central case electricity prices or his own low case prices?
He applied, it's my recollection, that he applied that to Mr. Kazmarek's prices, which are not a central case, but are based on the forward curve with inflation added. That's my recollection.
Yeah. And do you know whether he applied it to Mr. Kashmarek's prices based on June data or March data?
I don't recall.
Okay. And in your fourth report, you rely on Dr. Cohen's low case prices, correct?
I rely on the pricing inputs from Dr. Cohen, yes.
Which he himself refers to as a low case projection, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so we have a...
Dr. Rielander, I think you're frozen, at least in the video. You're very live with your voice.
Do you see me?
I can see you. Yeah, now I see you talking again.
Okay.
Whilst we're at this point, are you moving away from the portfolio effect? I asked that as a matter of whether we should take a break here.
Let's see. I need a few more minutes.
Sure. No, but okay. Please.
I mean, we can pick up here. I mean, that's fine by me.
Yeah. Okay. Since we have now already an interruption, so let's break until 1:40 CET. Ms. Harden, you are under testimony. You know what it means that you're not allowed to discuss this case with anyone.
Great.
Okay. Recess. seem all to be back. I don't see Miss Rylander. Sorry, Miss Harden. Oh yeah, I see Miss Harden. You are in and out. Oh yeah, now you're in.
Sorry, I have a new computer and I'm not very good with the controls at the moment. So
you move around my Zoom. Okay, right. That's okay. I see you now. Ms. Rylander, please continue the cross-examination.
Thank you. We don't need to share this. Let's pick up where we were. Just to recap and let me know if I got this wrong. We said that in his portfolio assessment, Dr. Cohen, for the 3 billion figure at least, applied Mr. Kaczmarek's electricity prices, correct? Just to recap.
yes, correct.
Yeah. And in your third and fourth report, you rely on Dr. Cohen's electricity prices, correct?
Yes.
Now, you cannot in one and the same analysis apply Dr. Cohen's electricity prices and then make an offset based on Mr. Kaczmarek's electricity prices, can you?
I haven't done that.
No, I know you haven't, but could you? You can't, can you?
I'm talking, I think the instance was that Mr. Kaczmarek hasn't taken into account the benefit that looking at it from an ex-ante point of view, that other plants would have gotten by the measures. And so we're looking at it from what he would have need to have done to include that in his calculation.
Yes, and I'm asking you a question from the perspective of your analysis. You're applying for your analysis Dr. Cohen's electricity prices. Then I'm saying you cannot, can you then make an offset based on Mr. Kaczmarek's electricity prices in your analysis? Can you?
Well, I haven't included it at the moment in my calculation, so I haven't done that.
I'll leave it at that. Okay. In Dr. Cohen's own analysis, using his preferred figures, the portfolio effect is not 3 billion euro, is it?
Can you point me to it?
Sure, certainly. We can put Dr. Cohen's fourth report back. I think that's the last document we had. Go to next page, just page 86. At the very bottom, it says, for comparative purposes, I've also estimated the impact on the profits of Vattenfall's hydro and lignite generation arising from the difference between my low case scenario but for actual futures prices. This is 193 million then.
Well, this doesn't appear to be his preferred, as you put it, approach.
What is Dr.
He says basically for demonstrative purposes, he's done this.
All right. What is Dr. Cohen's preferred electricity prices, Mr. Kaczmarek's or his own low case that he refers to here?
Dr. Cohen has calculated prices based on a fair market value calculation for purposes for use in my model.
I'm trying to understand how that relates to my question. Okay, we can start over on this question. Ms. Harden, you said that this is not his preferred approach, and we haven't defined preferred, so fine. Then I'm asking you, Dr. Cohen's preferred electricity prices are his own low case projections, correct?
Dr. Cohen has come up with a scenario of what the willing buyer and willing seller would agree would be the price projection going in the future, what they would make that decision on.
Okay, I'll try one more time. Dr. Cohen's preferred electricity prices are his own low case projections, not Mr. Kaczmarek's prices, right?
Dr. Cohen does not agree with Mr. Kaczmarek's approach, obviously.
Yeah. And here in paragraph 346, where he reaches the 193 million, that's when he applies his own low case, or I should say, the difference between his own but for an actual low case prices, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure.
I'm reading at the same time.
Oh, you can let me know when you're finished reading.
Okay, go ahead with your question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll just repeat from the transcript. Here in paragraph 346, where he reaches 193 million, that's when he applies his own low case, or I should say the difference between his own but for an actual low case prices, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what the difference is between Dr. Cohen's but for an actual electricity prices in percentages?
Not off the top of my head. We'd have to go look at them.
Okay, let's do that then. We can open up Appendix J of Dr. Cohen's fourth report. Jacob, please share your screen. So this first tab is where he calculates the 3 billion. We can see his prices under tab 2.
Can you make it bigger? Yeah.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, I would have needed that myself as well. Okay, let's see. And we can look at line 12 and 13 right away. There we see his prices, right? Actual in line 12 and but for in line 13, right?
Yes.
And then it stretches, we don't need to see that now, but it continues past 2016, but we're zoomed in, so yeah, through 2020.
Yes.
And that's the time period. The reason it stops at 2020, it's because that's how he calculates the
portfolio. I'm sorry, could you ask that question again? You went so fast, the words got lost.
Yeah, I'll skip that comment. Okay. This doesn't seem to be a difference of 5 to 21%, is it? Between his, can we stay on the left, please? If we look at 2011, for instance, we have actual 48 and but for 47, right?
Yes, this is what he's calculated the difference is.
Yeah. Okay, we can check what the percentage difference is. If we just put that in to G14. So 2%.
Well, I think that's part of the range. Was it?
It's not between 5 and 21, is it?
5 and 21. Well, those were the studies that were contemporaneous at the time. That was the basis for that. Those percentages.
Yeah, certainly. And now we're looking at what the difference is in Dr. Cohen's projections, so but for an actual prices. So we have 2% for 2011. We can just replicate that for all of the years Let's replicate the formula and we'll see if we're. So we see in Dr. Cohen's analysis, the price difference between but-for and actual scenario is between 0 and 3%, correct?
It appears to be the case.
And we could just check the average as well while we're at it. So 1% average. See that?
I see it.
All right. Okay, let's move on. You can stop sharing. Let's go to your third report. Page 19. Okay, we can look at paragraph 262 at the bottom. You say the key deficiencies in Mr. Kaczmarek's calculation can be summarized as follows. We're not going to look at this. We'll just go to the next page to get to, and we can look at the third bullet, final bullet, please only. Yeah, here we're looking at the, again, the difference between the electricity prices in the but-for and actual scenarios. You say, moreover, Mr. Kaczmarek's application of the same base load electricity prices in the but-for and actual scenarios is inappropriate. Do you see that bullet point paragraph?
Yeah. Yes.
And you say that, in fact, even on an ex-ante basis, electricity prices in a market environment with the measures in effect, i.e. the actual scenario, would be higher than electricity prices in a market environment absent the measures, i.e. the but-for scenario. And you continue, a result that would be true for a significant number of years. See that?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to how many years this would be true for, we know that Dr. Cohen in his analysis include price differentials for 9 years between 2011 and 2020. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Let's go to your second report. Page 56. Paragraphs 4, 3, 21 and 22. So I'm going to go through this, and I'll ask to have some parts highlighted, but I'll let you know what to highlight.
What page is it?
This was, let's see, page 56. Oh, do you want to bring it up on your own screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me know when you got it.
Yep, I think I'm there. Page 56. Okay, I'm there.
Okay. We started 4.3.21. According to an analysis performed by Dr. Cohen, the isolated short-term impact of the measures was actually an increase in German power prices. You can highlight isolated short-term impact, the first line. you see that? Do you see it?
Yes, I see it.
Yeah, oh, great. And then you refer to an exhibit. If we can move up, we can see the source one for footnote 151. Can you do that? That's nav 241, which is being referenced. Okay, and then the quote from that report reads, at the day of the announcement of the moratorium, the prices for the German baseload futures increased sharply by 6 to 8 euros per megawatt hour. The price increase may have reflected the expectations of market participants that the capacity gap from 8 nuclear power plants would be replaced by fossil plants with higher marginal production costs. However, around 4 months later, prices dropped back to the original level. 1 year after the moratorium, there's no visible effect on electricity price futures. This indicates that the expectations by market participants on future prices were equivalent before and after the moratorium and the final decision on the phase-out. Could you highlight from however and the rest of that quote? In the middle of that quote, starting at line 6. And we'll continue. You continue in the next paragraph. The preceding quote is consistent with Dr. Cohen's findings. You can highlight consistent with Dr. Cohen's findings. And then if we continue down this paragraph, third line, you say, after the passage of time, other independent factors, which are addressed later in this section, likely increasingly extended their influence on power prices in addition to the measures, resulting in no visible effects on electricity price futures after 1 year. Do you see that?
Yes, I mean, this is in reference to my ex post calculation. I'm going to point that out.
The source at footnote 151, the Potsdam Institute analysis, which you say is consistent with Dr. Cohen's findings here. This report is also relied on by Dr. Cohen in his 4th report. Do you know that?
Yes, but Dr. Cohen's pricing always has a differential going out through the entire period that includes a differential between having the nuclear power plants operating and then having nuclear power plants removed from operation. So there is a differential going out. I mean, you would have to have asked Dr. Cohen how long that lasts and how he calculates that. But I mean, it's my understanding that that continues.
Okay, I'm asking you because this is
looking at his prices that he's applied.
Okay, I was asking you because this is from your report. Okay, we'll move on. You can take this off the screen. I'll get some water as well. Okay. Now, of course, before the tribunal asked question 8, you applied an ex post approach, as you mentioned a few seconds ago, correct?
That's correct.
But you did perform a thorough review of Mr. Kaczmarek's ex ante evaluation at the time as well, right?
Yes.
And based on what you then believe were errors or incorrect assumptions, you implemented a number of adjustments to his ex ante calculation, correct?
Yes.
And those adjustments that you made in his ex ante model concern, for instance, the value of the OPV in the actual scenario, right?
Yes.
And the restart date of the KKK plant in the but-for scenario, correct?
Yes.
And except for the minor adjustments that Mr. Kaczmarek has identified, the model that he has provided with claimant's response to question 8, that's the same model as before, correct?
Same model as before, meaning, I
As
mean, he makes adjustments to his model.
Is it or is it not based on the same model as before?
As before when? This first model,
As-
his second model?
As before question 8.
He does go back to his second model. It is confusing. It's hard to tell you all of the different permutations of this calculation because I don't think he consistently goes back to the third report model or the second report model. So there are minor differences which are hard to quantify. But in general, you know, he has started with his second report model.
Okay, yeah. And now in response to question 8, you adopted and used Mr. Kaczmarek's model as the starting point for your assessment, correct?
Well, I could have done my own model from the very beginning, but I was trying to make it a little easier for the tribunal to look at the differences between our two calculations. So I made adjustments to get to my own calculation.
Okay. You have assumed that in the but-for scenario, the Krimmel plant would not have restarted in January 2012, but July 2013, correct?
That's correct.
And on that basis, you have adjusted the restart date in Mr. Kaczmarek's model, correct?
Yes.
And the individual impact of that adjustment in your fourth report is a little more than 100 million euro, correct?
That's correct.
And in your second report that we addressed at the hearing in 2016, your adjustment for the restart date was much larger, around 2 billion euro, correct?
That's correct.
And that larger effect came from applying electricity price expectations as of 2013, right?
We're talking about my previous calculation, which was an ex post calculation, and it was not a fair market value. It was an impact analysis, right? So yes, I believe that is the primary difference between the two calculations. We applied market prices as at the date.
As of 2013 then, July 2013. That's what you used to do.
Yes.
Yeah. And you're not doing that now, correct? And the reason is what?
Well, I have always used, for projection purposes, information or on pricing that's provided to me by Dr. Cohen. So I asked for a pricing projection for Dr. Cohen as at the ex post dates for my projections when I, beyond the date of, the current date at the time. And I use those projections. In this calculation, I asked for pricing, assuming fair market value calculation as at the valuation date specified by the tribunal, which would be June 29th, 2011.
Yeah. So now you're not arguing that you should apply electricity price expectations as of 2013 in an ex ante 2011 valuation, fair market valuation, correct?
I am consistently applying projections provided to me by Dr. Cohen. So I'm using the same approach that I used in my previous calculation.
I'll repeat my question. You're not arguing that you should apply electricity power price expectations as of 2013 in an ex ante 2011 fair market valuation, are you? There should be a yes or no question.
I'm not sure that it is a yes or no question, because the idea is my projections are consistently from Dr. Cohen. So when I'm projecting, I've always taken Dr. Cohen's prices.
And my question again is, you're not arguing that in an ex ante 2011 fair market valuation, you should apply electricity price expectations as of the 2013 restart date, are you?
You're comparing two different calculations that are not comparable.
I wasn't comparing. I was asking
you.
I was asking a question. Leave aside any comparison. I'm asking you, in a 2011 fair market valuation, you're not arguing that you should apply electricity power price expectations as of 2013, are you?
In my projections of pricing as at June 29th, 2011, I am using Dr. Cohen's projections. That's what I'm applying.
When you were making adjustments to Mr. Kaczmarek's valuation with your first and second report, you did used to argue that electricity prices as of 2013 should be applied in a 2011 ex ante valuation, didn't you?
Sorry, I'm trying to recall the arguments because this is not the same calculation that I did for Q8.
Mr. Rylander, could you please then take the expert to the relevant passages in her reports?
Sure, let's do that. We can bring up the second report, because it's not in the first report, of course. We go to page 124. Just take you through the structure here and we'll get to that deduction. Let's see. All right, yeah, okay, we're straight at it. Adjustment 6. That's the restart date, right? See that?
Right.
And you say, the valuation of Krümmel in the but-for scenario reflects a restart date of 1st July 2013, rather than the start of 2012 as suggested by Mr. Kaczmarek. Accordingly, the projected prices of electricity are updated to reflect the futures curve as of 1st July 2013 in Krümmel's but-for DCF valuation. See that? Do you see it?
Yes.
So first of all, here you're saying that you were applying the futures curve as of 1st July, not Dr. Cohen's pricing, weren't you?
I don't remember exactly how we did this calculation because it was not the calculation that we're talking about today. But I think the issue is that we were suggesting was that a rational buyer would not agree to pay anything for the Kromel nuclear power plant until it restarted. And therefore, the price would have been determined once it had restarted, which, as I understand it from claimants' witnesses, was July 2013. So I guess it's a more conservative assumption, frankly, from damages perspective, the way that I've done it now, because I've said that they would have agreed upon prices and assumed, based on the information that was available at the time, a start date for Kromel, and would have paid on that basis. But again, you know, that's based on the adjustment, the projection of a low case scenario. So there is risk built in there, but it is frankly a conservative assumption in that way, because it assumes that they would have agreed on that date that Kromel's actually going to restart.
So you're doing it differently now than you did here in the second report, then, correct?
Yeah. Well, this is again, you're comparing two different calculations. The second report was an ex post calculation. This is an ex ante calculation based on fair market value. The first calculations were the impact analysis on the claimants. So you're comparing two different calculations.
Okay, so here in adjustment 6 in your second report that we're looking at, you're not making an adjustment to Mr. Kaczmarek's ex ante valuation, are you? I thought you were.
Well, I didn't have pricing at the time, frankly. I didn't have a pricing curve from Dr. Cohen and the ex ante basis. So I didn't have pricing.
Okay, that wasn't the question. You're here making an adjustment to Mr. Kaczmarek's ex ante valuation, right? If it helps, we can look at the heading to this section,
Yes,
which
no,
reads.
that's what I'm doing.
Oh,
It
yeah.
appears that this is under that heading. Yes.
Yeah. We can look at that on the screen as well. Page 122. Just 2 pages before where this is included. So it says adjustments to Mr. Kaczmarek's ex ante scenario, correct?
Yes.
So you were arguing for this 2 billion euro reduction in an ex ante scenario, weren't you?
Yeah. I wasn't arguing for this. I did not agree with Mr. Kaczmarek's calculation, and I was doing it as a demonstrative. So this was my assessment at the time based on information I had available.
You were.
I was arguing an ex post calculation. This is my adjustments to his calculation, but it's not. I'm not suggesting that that was a damages figure I was putting forward.
I'm speaking about this specific adjustment where you apply 2013 electricity price expectations. You were doing that in Mr. Kaczmarek's as an adjustment to Mr. Kaczmarek's ex ante valuation, weren't you?
Yes.
Let's go back to your fourth report. You regrouped the toggles in your Excel file, right? A little bit.
Yes.
I think you describe it here on page 147 of your fourth report.
Yes.
Yeah, can we take that away, please? That's not the table here. Table 21. So this summarizes the new toggles or revised toggles in your fourth report, right? As you've regrouped them.
Yes.
And then if we look at the subheadings, the dark blue fields, there are toggles 1 through 5, which you say have to do with errors by Mr. Kaczmarek, correct?
Yes.
And then toggles 6 through 12, which you say have to do with disputed assumptions. I think you touched upon this in your presentation as well. Do you see this?
Yes.
Yeah. And there are assumptions, disputed assumptions, which are not mentioned in this list, aren't there?
Yes.
For instance, could you name them so we have a complete list?
There's lots of them.
Okay, I'll just, sorry.
The NFT and how that should be treated in the model is one. I'm not sure that I could list all of the differences between us. There's many.
But if we focus on the disputed assumptions of the type that you list here, we have the NFT, and of course whether the NEPV should be included or not, right? And those two are not listed here, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And do you know what your ultimate figure is if you only implement what you call the correction of errors 1 through 5?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
We can have a look, but would you be surprised if I told you it renders damages of 3 billion euro if you keep Mr. Kaczmarek's assumptions?
I'm not sure that's correct, but I'm not sure that that's correct.
Are you doing it in your model on your screen? Because then I can give you some time to do that, or we can bring it up. Are you doing it on your screen?
Yeah, I'm going to try to do that. I think we're talking about the OEPV only scenario.
We can do both.
Could I say, I think it would be helpful for us if we could see it on the screen.
Okay. Now, okay, let's do the LTE scenario, of course, because that's one of the disputed assumptions. We just want to see what the effect is if we go with correcting what you call errors. So, Mr. Rosell. So then we go to LH Appendix 40. That's the LTE scenario. We're in the right model, right, Ms. Harden? Appendix 40 updated.
Okay, yes. And
we'll just go ahead and switch all the first 5 toggles that have to do with errors. Can we do that? Let's see. Oh, sorry, the other way around, of course. We're using your so-called error corrections here, so it should be A&M, which is you. I got it the wrong way around. So we'll switch the assumptions to Mr. Kaczmarek's assumptions.
I'm sorry, hold on a second. I pushed a wrong button. I lost the video for a minute.
Are you back?
I have lost the video on my, seeing if I can get it
Ms.
back.
Harden, do you want to? Do you have the transcript?
I don't
on
have the
your screens?
transcript.
You don't have the transcript.
No, I have my trial max models. I think
Right,
I've
so
got it back now.
Where did you lose Mr. Rylander?
It's not that I can hear you. I just lost my models.
All right. Okay. Do you want the time to?
I got it back. I got
restore?
it back.
You got it back. Okay.
Yeah, just give me a second. Because I had the OAPV only. So I need OAPV plus LTE.
While we wait for you, we can switch the NFT switch, of course, as well, because another assumption is just not in the list down there. Let us know when you're back.
Okay, so all of the assumptions, the first 5 assumptions are to be A&M, and the second 7 are Kasmeric?
Yes, and the NFT assumption. So we do all the assumptions. Just correct the so-called errors.
Sorry, I had to reopen it.
You need to do it in your own model. We did it on the screen.
I'll look on the screen and then we'll see if I need to do it in my own model.
Sure. So now we've switched everything to Kaczmarek on the assumptions and on the NFT up there. And then we get 3 billion in cell I-42, I think it is. Claimant's total damages. See that?
Yes, well, this is not assigning value to the volumes of OEPVs. So yeah, a lot of issues that are disputed.
Yes, this was the 3 billion that I asked you about, right? If we just switch all the assumptions back to Mr. Kaczmarek's. That figure is correct? I know that you don't agree with his assumptions. Okay, I'll move on.
It has a 900, yeah, it has almost $1 billion impact, these mistakes. And this is in the OEPV plus LTE model.
Okay, and these final 7 toggles that we have here, they include assumptions, but also legal issues and other issues outside your expertise where you rely on instructions from other experts, correct?
Yes.
For instance, you rely on Dr. Cohen on pricing, Dr. Graf on CapEx, OpEx production schedules, and so on, correct?
That's correct.
And at the hearing in 2016, you explained that it was your standard practice to stay in your lane with regard to what your skills and expertise are. Do you recall that?
I don't recall saying that, but I agree with that.
Yeah. And one of the experts that you have received input from is Dr. Graf, correct? Who we heard yesterday?
Yes.
Can we have your 4th report, page 143? Right, and look at paragraph 5.11.1. Or can we include 5.11.1 and all the way down to the footnotes as well, please? Thank you. I'll just read this. As in my third report calculation, based on the projected utilization for an ex-ante scenario, respondent's nuclear cost expert Dr. Graf has provided me with some updated CapEx and OpEx assumptions and expected downtimes to implement these costs, which were appropriate for the Krimmel and Brockdorf MPPs. Dr. Graf has added some additional costs to mainly account for the aging plants and regulatory testing requirements. These costs were added primarily to my demonstrative calculation of the OPV plus LTE scenario, as the plants in the but-for scenario would operate longer than their originally calculated useful life. This scenario that Dr. Graf had been asked to address in his third and fourth reports. It is my understanding, however, that certain costs related to aging plants and regulatory testing have also been added to Dr. Graf's OPV-only scenario projections as well. In the final sentence here, starting with it is, you say that it's your understanding that certain costs have been added by Dr. Graf. That means, does that mean that you're not sure which specific costs he has added?
I was provided by Dr. Graf with his projection of costs and OpEx and CapEx, as well as the downtime, and I implemented those numbers into my model. So I took his inputs and put them in. I'm not a nuclear operations expert.
I'll restate my question because that wasn't what I was asking. In the final sentence, you say it's your understanding that certain costs have been added by Dr. Graf. Does that mean you're not sure which specific costs he has added?
I'm not sure that's what I meant.
There's no footnote or other specification. Could you point us to where in Dr. Graf's report these certain costs that you understand are there are?
I don't know that I could do that here. I can tell you that the costs that he provided, I implemented in my model.
Okay. We can have Jacob, we'll put up your Excel model from your third report, the OPV only scenario. That's LH Appendix 47. Okay, and we'll just go to the right with all those tabs at the bottom. And we can stop at, oh, let's stop there. Let's go to Unterweser. And in cells H5 and H6 up there, there's a color coding, and the orange says it's a color coding which indicates, quote, Dr. Graf to approve of A&M suggested changes. This color coding was not found in your fourth report. Did you forget to remove them before filing the third report?
I don't recall what these are related to. I think we were trying to interpret what Dr. Graf gave us. But I honestly don't recall what this is related to.
You don't recall whether you suggested changes to Dr. Graf for him to approve, did you? Or do you?
I don't recall what these are related to. We may have tried to interpret whether this, what should be what he meant to apply. But I honestly, I don't recall.
Okay. And you included these not just for Unterweser, but also for the other plans that we can see here at the bottom, right? Or I mean, we can click them to see. We need to zoom in. We could just click through them, make sure that it's there. Okay, I think that's good enough. Mr. President, I'm going to switch subject, so I don't know where we are on timing, if it would be a good point. I have no idea.
No,
Or-
you're fine. You may still go for some 20 minutes. For the,
Right.
until the next break, I mean.
Okay, let's do that. We can stop sharing this. Okay, let's turn to your conclusions. Your ultimate conclusion is that the claimants as a whole have not suffered any damages as a result of the measures, correct?
That's correct.
In your analysis, in the actual scenario, the Brunsbüttel plant will not be able to sell most of its OPV, correct? Do you need to think about that?
That is there is a portion of Brunsbüttel's volumes based on the utilization assumptions that I've applied that Brunsbüttel would not use. It's it's a certain, I think I'd have to go back and look, but I think it's Vattenfall's portion is like 4 terawatt hours, something like that.
Yeah, I'm speaking from the perspective of Brunsbüttel as an entity. Do you know how much the Brunsbüttel plant will have left in your analysis?
Yeah, I think it's about 7 terawatt hours.
Yeah. And your conclusion is that the claimant entity Brunsbüttel OHG has suffered damages, correct?
I presented it that way. If I had assumed that Brunsbüttel would sell the volumes first, or would be able to sell the volumes first, then Krummel would have some volumes left. So, and then the damage would not be there for Brunsbüttel.
Okay, but you
So
didn't assume that.
I assume that the premise of my calculation is that all 3 plants are purchased by one hypothetical buyer, and so it doesn't matter who has volumes left. If Krummel had the volumes left, there would be no damage there. And in fact, Brockdorf is better off.
Your conclusion for the Brunsbüttel OHG entity is that it has suffered damages, correct? That was my question. Yes or no?
I look at it I'm saying that my calculation is done on a total basis.
Okay, let me rephrase. The impairment in value between but for an actual scenario for the Brunsbüttel OHG is a reduction of 120 million euro. It's a reduction. Let's start there, correct? Let's not speak about damages if you don't want to.
That's the way it's modeled at the moment, yes.
Okay, thank you. And as you said, you find that the other OHG claimant, Krummel, is better off as a result of the measures, correct? As it's modeled. You need to think about that as well.
It would sell its volumes. I have to look at it to see if I'm talking about damages. I have to look at my calculation. Yeah.
Okay, we can do that, but I mean, I still think it's relevant. Do you know if your analysis is that the Krummel plant is better off in the actual scenario than in the but-for scenario? You don't know that from the top of your head?
Look, there's a lot of numbers going around, so I have.
I'm not asking numbers.
I know that as a total value. I mean, you have to compare the but-for to the actual. So I need to think about what the but-for is and what the actual is, and do that comparison. So no, I don't know them off the top of my head.
And again, not the figures, just whether or not Krummel is better off in the actual scenario than in the but-for scenario, if you look at its value. It's actually 1.5 billion euro better off in your analysis, isn't it?
Yes.
Regardless of if you're in the OPV only or OPV plus LTE scenario. if you round it off, it's 1.5 billion, isn't it?
Yes.
Let's turn to your fourth report, page 63. We can look at paragraph 4430. Here you summarize why you reached the conclusion that Krümel can be better off in the actual scenario with the measures, that is. And I'll start at the third line. As I explained in section 4.6 of this fourth report, Krümel benefited from the measures as a result of not using their volumes earlier in the but-for scenario when NFT would have been in effect, versus selling them later in the actual scenario when NFT would not have been in effect. This is the reason why, in my opinion, the Krümel MPP's value is greater in the actual scenario. See that?
Yes.
So you say here that the reason why Krümel is better off in the actual scenario is a result of the nuclear fuel tax, correct? That's what you say here.
My position is, and this is an instruction, that the nuclear fuel tax is part of the factual matrix. So it should be taken into account in the but-for and the actual. And I have taken it into account in the but-for and the actual, just as Mr. Kaczmarek has done for Brockdorf. He does a different assessment of Krümel, where he doesn't take it into account in the but-for. And I have criticized him for that because it's inconsistent with his treatment of Brockdorf.
I'll ask the same question. I'll ask the question again because you're clearly not answering the question.
No, I just need to think about it.
Yeah, I'll put the question again so you have it fresh in your mind. You say here that the reason why Krümel is better off in the actual scenario is a result of the nuclear fuel tax, correct?
I don't know if that's necessarily a true statement.
Can you explain to me in which way it's
may
not
not
true?
be entirely. It may not be entirely due to that assumption.
Do you want to correct the sentence starting "this is the reason why" then?
Well, if I change the toggle in my model, Krümel is still better off.
Even with the NFT, right? Or without the NFT, I should say.
If we've changed the toggle to NFT assumed to be a breach.
Yes, it's still better off, right?
Yes.
By 1.11 billion, correct?
Yes, 1.2.
So the NFT is not the reason why, in your opinion, the Krümel plant value as of the valuation date is greater in the actual scenario. That's not the only reason, is it?
I think my point here was that.
Sorry, I need to interrupt. I mean, could you please answer my question?
I'm trying to. I'm actually really trying to answer your question. I think the point that I was trying to make is that Krümel, in the but-for scenario, would have been assumed to pay nuclear fuel tax on its volumes that it was using itself, and it continues to operate, where it would start operating in a time when nuclear fuel tax was in place. In the actual scenario, it wouldn't sell its volumes until the nuclear fuel tax would not be in place. So if it's part of the factual matrix on both sides, Krümel benefits from that. But it does not wipe away the benefit to remove the nuclear fuel tax.
No, exactly. Okay, let's move on. Just as basics, the diminution in value, that's calculated by deducting actual enterprise value from but-for enterprise value, correct?
Yes.
And the but-for value, that differs depending on what breaches you assume, correct?
Yes.
And you have scenarios for that, don't you? You have the OPV only scenario and OPV plus LTE scenario, for instance, with or without the LTE volumes.
Yes.
And the difference between those scenarios, those two models, is whether or not the LTE, the NEPV are included, right?
Yes.
In the actual scenario, there are, of course, no NEPV in any scenario.
That's correct.
And then the actual value that you calculate for each plant, that should be the same regardless of what breaches you assume.
Okay,
right?
sorry, Mr. Raylander, I have to stop you for 1 second. The court reporter, David, I'm now identified.
Yes, I know my fingers jammed up because it's going very quickly. So I will correct that and it will be reflected.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
And I'll
but
slow
it is
down,
going.
perhaps?
It is going way too fast. So sorry.
All right, Mr. Raylander, can you slow down a little bit, please?
Sure.
Because otherwise, the court report's identifying me with you, or you with me, depending how you look at it.
No offense.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Raylander, please.
Yeah. Again, the actual value then would be the same regardless of whether you assume the LTE to be a breach or not, right?
Yes.
Now you acknowledge that there was an error in your third report where actual values were not the same in the OPV and LTE scenarios, correct?
That's correct.
And the error remains in your fourth report, doesn't it?
No.
Okay, let's put up the values from your fourth report. So we can do demonstrative exhibit 3 and 4. I think that's the easiest, next to each other. There we have the OPV only and yeah, we're going to need to start zooming. Yeah, perfect. Let's see. Oh, we're going to do actual values then. So let's see. There we go. Can you see the figures? It's a bit blurry, but we'll try and let me know if you can't see it.
So wait a minute, this is exhibit 3 and 4?
Yes, so it's print out from the conclusions in the models that you provided with your fourth report, OPV only and LTE. Do you see that?
Yes.
We can start on the left, perhaps. Here we can look at Crimmel, actual enterprise value with tax impact. Go up a little bit. Thank you. Up, 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 up. It's 273891. Do you see that? Up. Perfect. 273891. Crimmel actual. And then we can look at the same in the other scenario. Actual value of Crimmel 283696.
Oh, I know what it is. I'm thinking about this. I know what it is. I think it may have to do. I'm not exactly sure. I mean, to go in, I'd have to look into this to try to figure out what it is. Trying to think, could it be CapEx assumptions?
But the error remains in your fourth report, doesn't it?
No, I'm not going to concede that. I'd have to figure out what's driving this difference. You could have different assumptions in the actual. I'm not sure what's driving this particular difference. I hadn't noticed because it's really tiny, but I'd have to look at the model and try to figure it out.
Let me read from the transcript, 8:43:57. Question. Again, the actual value then would be the same regardless of whether you assume LTE to be a breach or not, right? Answer, yes. You agree with me that the actual scenario values have to be the same, these two scenarios?
You know,
Are you changing your mind now?
It's hard to answer these questions when you are, you know, don't have your model in front of you, you know, to like play with it and have the time to do that. Okay, so I'm not sure what's driving this difference, and I can figure it out. It's not a big difference, but trying to think what's different about the LTE scenario that would drive it. And off the top of my head, I'm not sure what's driving that.
So you don't agree any longer that the actual values per definition, by necessity, must be the same.
No,
actual is actual.
I misspoke. There could be different reasons why there would be a difference.
In the actual scenario?
Yes.
Where there's no NDPV, whether or not you do an NDPV scenario or an OEPV only scenario. Okay, I'll move on. Okay, we can see that at least the actual value is around 280 million positive for criminal, correct?
Yes.
And that's a positive value, meaning that the hypothetical buyer on the valuation date in 2011 would pay this amount for the plant as a fair market value. That's the definition of fair market value, isn't it?
Which number are you referring to again? I'm sorry.
Well, it doesn't matter. I don't know if it's supposed to be 280 or
yes, yes, it's the but-for scenario or the actual scenario. That's what a willing buyer and willing seller would agree to buy the plant for.
Okay.
Yes.
So in the actual scenario, the buyer would pay, well, 280-ish million for the criminal plant, correct?
Yes.
And in the actual scenario, the criminal plant is not allowed to operate, right?
Yes.
And the only potential source of revenue for this shutdown plant was sale of OPV and salvage parts, right?
I'm sorry, repeat the question. I'm having to try to look at this and repeat the question, please. I'm sorry.
Maybe we should take this away if it's distracting. I think we're past this. If you want to take the break later on to find out why your actual values are different, but I think we're past that. My question was that in the actual scenario, the criminal plant is not allowed to operate, and you confirmed that, of course. And then I asked you, the only potential source of revenue for this shutdown plant in the actual scenario was sale of OEPV and salvage parts, correct?
Yes, that is not the only thing that drives the value. There's tax benefits from being shut down, the tax shield that you get from the impairment and the increased decommissioning provision. But that's a you know, a write-off that you can take.
Yeah. And speaking of source of revenue.
Yes.
Thank you. And the only potential commercialization of the OEPV would be if they could be sold to one of the 3 remaining operators in Germany, correct? In the actual scenario. As a matter of fact. You can't sell them to anyone else.
Yes, so we've projected who would require the volumes and where they would get sold as of the valuation date. Yes.
Again, that was not my question.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to answer your question.
Yeah, okay. And as of the valuation date in 2011, you project that Criminal's OPV will be commercialized in 2019 through 2022, correct?
Yes.
So that's about 8 to 11 years after the hypothetical transaction at the valuation date, when they are commercialized and used.
Yes.
Yes. And according to the decommissioning cost estimates from Mr. Seiler that you use, the Krimmo plant would incur decommissioning costs of a total of more than 3 billion euros over the next 70 years, correct?
We'd have to pull up the exact number. I can take your word for it that that's the amount.
Okay. So in 2011, the hypothetical buyer in your assessment would pay 280 million euros to take over the plant with its decommissioning liabilities, based on an expectation that he could sell the OPV a decade later or so to one of the three buyers and obtain enough to cover what he paid the decommissioning costs and earn a return. A long question, but you can see it in the transcript.
Right. Well, Mr. Kazmarek makes similar assumptions in the but-for scenario with his plants. They're not buying volumes until quite a bit later either, with respect to the Brunsbüttel plant. And he makes the same calculations of purchases, but roughly, although he uses ex post information in the actual scenario as well. He just doesn't assign value to it. Again, it doesn't matter when they're sold. You project, you do a projection of when you think they're going to get sold, and you give a value based on that projection.
You're referring to the but-for scenario for Brunsbüttel, right? In making that comparison?
Yes.
Were there hard shutdown dates in the but-for scenario for Brunsbüttel?
No, but the point is the same. He's not proved that utilization has been affected by the measures. He has no evidence that there would be any different assumption with regard to utilization.
Yeah, I was asking about whether there were hard shutdown dates, if you are allowed to operate longer in the but-for scenario. But okay, I'll move on. So your actual value of Krimmo is around 280 million. Again, it's the one we've been talking about. It's a positive figure. Your actual value of the Brockdorf plant is a little more than 500 million negative, correct?
Yes.
Krimmo is shut down in the actual scenario, correct? Again. Yeah, I'm not going to wait for an answer. But you assume in your analysis that Brockdorf would operate for another 10 years from the valuation date, right? Ms. Hardin, are you going to answer the question?
Yes, I'm looking at this scenario. This is my demonstrative calculation. I really need to look at the OEPV plus OEPV only scenario. I mean, because that's my primary calculation. This is just for demonstrative purposes.
Yeah. Actually, I don't know what you have in front of you, so it's difficult to comment on.
Well, okay.
So in the OPV only, it's still 500 million negative. It's the actual value. It's the same. No matter if you're in the OPV only or LT scenario, it's the actual value. It's the same. But you can check, if you check demonstrative exhibit 3 and 4 and you compare, it's going to be 500 million in both, negative.
Right, I see that.
Okay. So we have a 300 million positive figure for Krimmo, which is shut down, and a 500 million negative figure for Brockdorf. That's going to operate for 10 years from the valuation date. That's where we were. Let's then turn to your fourth report. Put that on screen, page 23. Paragraph 2.152. And here you're discussing the but-for scenario. And I start reading at line 5. Say, the Krumel MPP should not and cannot be worth more than the Brockdorff MPP for numerous reasons. Not that least of which is that the Brockdorff MPP has historically been a significantly more efficient MPP than the Krumel MPP in terms of annual output and so on. Actually, I will continue. As evidenced by figure 2, which follows from the fact that the Brockdorff MPP has a lot more OPVs and LTE volumes than Krumel, which would allow it to operate longer than the Krumel MPP. So as I mentioned, this is a statement regarding the but-for scenario, right?
Right.
In the but-for scenario, both Krumel and Brockdorff are running or are allowed to run, correct?
Yes.
So in the but-for scenario, where both Krumel and Brockdorff are running, you're saying here that it cannot, in your view, be that Krumel is worth more than Brockdorff, right?
Brockdorff in the but-for scenario it doesn't run as long as Krumel because Brockdorff does not have access to volumes. Krumel in the but-for scenario, ostensibly, if you assume that they're able to restart, if you assume that they're able to run efficiently, will run longer in the but-for scenario. I mean, if we're talking about OEPV only, yeah, then I have to think about it. Krumel may run a little bit longer than no. If the shutdown date is the same, we're assuming that they wouldn't be able to run. That's in the actual scenario. Well, but OEPV only. You see how tricky this is? It's tricky to think about the scenario.
I could just put a question. You said here at 8:58:35, it's like a half a minute ago. Brockdorff in the but you were trying to explain. You said Brockdorff in the but-for scenario, it doesn't run as long as Krumel, and so on. That was your explanation. Let's look at the last line here. You say that Brockdorff would allow it to operate longer than the Krumel plant. So that's the other way around.
Yeah, they would be allowed to in the but-for scenario, they are allowed to use their OEPVs the OEPV only scenario. They're allowed to use all of their OEPVs. In the actual scenario, they shut down. I'd have to look at the calculation. I have to refresh my memory on the calculation.
Mr. Hielander?
Yep.
Is this an appropriate moment to have our 30-minute break? Or
Sure, certainly.
how many more minutes do you estimate that the cross-examination will last?
Again, it very much depends on the answers, but I have quite a few questions left.
Okay, 30 minutes break, recess until 3:30 CET. Steve, you can let everybody in. Okay, I see. I see Mr. Eilander. I don't have on my screen Ms. Harden. Harden, are you there? Mr. Eilander, I do see you and hear you also.
That's great.
Where's Ms. Harden?
I wouldn't know.
Is it correct that you sit at the right-hand side of Professor Holbert?
You guessed that right.
No, I simply deduct that from the curtain behind you. Okay. Right. Ms. Harden, Steve, is she online?
She is online, but I don't know where she is. I'm sorry, Mr. President.
Okay.
I'm very sorry. I'm having trouble with the lighting in my room.
I just saw you, Ms. Harden.
Yes, I'm having trouble with the lighting. Is this adequate lighting?
Oh, you look bright and shiny.
Okay, great. Sorry about that.
Yep. You okay?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Then we continue. Mr. Eilander, please
Thank you.
close examination.
Okay. Again, as we touched upon before, in the but-for scenario, you have two analyses. One where you assume that the NDPV are included and one where they are not, correct?
Yes.
And in your but-for scenario, your position is that the LTE volumes are not expected to be profitable, correct?
At the prices that are being applied, they are not profitable.
Yes, in your analysis, correct?
Yeah.
So that means that your but-for value of claimant's plans is the same with or without the NEPV, correct?
The but-for value of the plans. Well, of individual individual plants compared to itself?
Yes.
Yes.
Let's look at the but-for values that you present with and without the NEPV. We can put up demonstrative exhibit 3 and 4 next to each other. So then we have, that is from your fourth report, one analysis with and one without NEPV. So 3 is OEPV only. We can see that at the top. You see that? Ms. Harden?
Yes.
And then exhibit 4 is with the NEPV.
Yes.
Okay. And we can start on the left. We look at Crimmel, but for enterprise value. Go up and to the right, please. 1190. See that? You see that?
Yes.
So it's negative 1.19 billion in the OEPV only, Crimmel, correct?
I see. Well, that's what's on this exhibit. Yes.
Which is printed from your model.
Yes.
And then we can see with the NEPV, the but-for value of Crimmel is negative 1 0.25 billion euro, correct? See that?
Yes.
So in your analysis, the but-for value of the Kryml plant is 65 million euro lower with the NEPV than without, correct?
Okay, so these are both from my fourth report, correct?
Yes.
Fourth report.
With and without, or without and with NEPV.
It probably has to do with how the price is calculated, which I think is different with the NEPVs involved.
But just to look at the figures, in your analysis, the but-for value of Kryml is 65 million euro lower, more negative, with the NEPV, right? That's what we see here.
Yes.
Also, Brocktorf is, in your analysis, worth less with the NEPV than without, isn't it? It's right next to it.
Yes.
And if we look at Kryml again, if you put this in the terms of a fair market value hypothetical transaction, the hypothetical buyer would pay 65 million less if the NEPV come with the purchase, right?
I'm just saying that most likely you would choose not to use the NEPVs in that scenario. I'm just saying that the NEPVs are not always valuable, depending on the cost assumptions, what the wholesale price of electricity is.
Yes, exactly. You don't have to use the NEPV, do you?
No, there's no obligation to use the NPV.
The buyer of the plant can just choose, the hypothetical buyer of the plant can just choose not to use them, right?
Yes.
But the hypothetical transaction price would be 65 million euro lower if the NEPV come with the purchase.
Well, this is a demonstrative calculation and demonstrates that the NEPVs do not necessarily add incremental value. In fact, it may not be economic to operate with them depending on your assumptions.
Okay, so the values that you've included in your OPV plus LTE, what you call demonstrative, these do not necessarily correlate with the fair market value then. The price that a buyer would pay in a hypothetical transaction, obviously. I'll move on.
I mean, I'm not sure what you want to say. You want me to say? I calculated what the volumes are worth if you use them. That's what they're worth.
So you're not calculating a fair market value?
I am calculating fair market value. Again, this is a demonstrative calculation. My main calculation doesn't include the LTE volumes.
In fair market value, the value represents what the hypothetical buyer would pay, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, as you mentioned, your analysis is that as of the valuation date in 2011, the NEPV were not expected to be profitable, correct? That's what you said.
Based on the price assumptions that we have calculated, the willing buyer and willing seller would consider to be projected, the LTE volumes would not be profitable.
So when the NEPV were provided then to the plants, you do not agree that they were expected to give windfall profits at the time?
Well, they were given to the plants during a different time period, I think it was 2010, or late 2010, which is not the same as the valuation date 6 months later, clearly.
So you believe that as of 2010, the NEPV were expected to give windfall profits, but not as of 2011. Is that how I should understand it?
I don't know that they ever were assumed necessarily to have windfall profits. They have associated with them renewable fund tax contribution, so that reduces their value.
Okay.
But they definitely had a different expectation when they were given than would have been in existence at the valuation date.
But as of 2010, when they were provided, you do not agree that they were expected to give windfall profits even then? Yes or no?
I'm not sure what the expectation was. I think that they were assumed to be profitable. Why would someone agree at that time to take them on if they weren't expected to be profitable? I'm just saying the expectations later down the road with the events that had happened and changes in the market would have commanded a different price.
All right. So it's due to the electricity price differences between 2010 and 2011 then? Is that your testimony?
No.
Can you clarify them?
Yes, my statement relates to the changes in the market, the Fukushima incident, the stagnation of electricity transactions, that they were not happening over that period. It's kind of slowing down, sluggish. There were indications that the utilities market was, and nuclear providers in particular, were experiencing a slowdown. So it was a different market, and the expectations would be that this, from a rational buyer, would be that this could affect prices. So when you have those expectations of what the future price is, and you think they're going to be lower, that affects how you value the LTE volumes and whether you would think they would be valuable or not.
So it is due to the electricity prices?
It is, yes, but the other market factors impact that, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, in your first two reports, you were instructed by Germany to assess claimants' investment using ex post information, correct? You touched upon that before.
In my first reports that were not responsive to question 8, I was asked to do an ex post impact analysis, yes.
Using all information available up until the valuation date, so-called ex post information.
Yes.
Well, and your conclusion in your first two reports were 0 damages or even negative damages, correct?
That's correct.
And that conclusion of 0 damages, that was primarily driven by the tremendous ex post decrease in wholesale electricity prices, correct?
It was certainly impacted by that.
But was it primarily driven by this huge decrease in the wholesale electricity prices?
Oh, it's driven by a lot of factors. It's driven by what the expectations are for the purchases of volumes, what volumes have been purchased till that point, wholesale electricity prices, all of those things. What are the expectations of cost? Certainly, pricing is one of the primary drivers.
Now, in your third and fourth reports, you seek to do an ex-ante evaluation. And in an ex-ante evaluation, ex-post information is to be ignored as irrelevant, correct?
Yes.
So this tremendous decrease in electricity prices ex-post must be disregarded, right?
Any actual information after the valuation date is disregarded. You look at what the expectations are as at the time.
So including then the electricity price decrease after 2011, correct? Must be disregarded.
You would project the pricing at the time.
Okay. And in your third and fourth reports, you make adjustments to Mr. Kaczmarek's ex-ante calculation based on Dr. Cohen's low case electricity price projection, correct?
Yes.
And in your fourth report, if we look at the OEPV plus LTE scenario, your adjustment based on the low case prices would reduce damages by 2.7 billion euros, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Or we can have a look at it. We can turn to page 28, table 4. Isolated impact, 2.67 billion. Do you see that?
This is OEPV plus LTE
Yes.
table. Yes.
And in the OEPV only, it's a little less than 1 billion, this adjustment. We can have a look. It's the same page.
Yes.
But table 3, yes. Okay, so even though you can no longer rely on the ex-post decrease in electricity prices, you still reach a conclusion of 0 damages, correct?
That's correct.
Let us look at your first report. On page 2, you find your table of contents. And section 7 is called CRA Critique of Navigant Calculation. See that?
Yes.
And well, CRA, well, that's you, or I mean your firm at the time.
Yes.
So this section includes where you make critique of Mr. Kaczmarek's calculation, right?
Yes.
And he did an ex-ante calculation at the time, as now, right?
He did an ex-ante calculation as at a different date. Yes.
Different from?
Different from the date that the tribunal asked for.
Yes. Okay, let's go to section 7.3, starting at page 131. That's one of the subsections of this section with critique of Mr. Kaczmarek's calculations. And in this section, you comment on, it says, navigant but for scenario, section 7.3, you see that?
Navigant but for scenario,
yes. And then subsection 1 says price curve. No, not that one. The heading further down. Price curve. See that?
Yes.
So in this section, you comment on Mr. Kaczmarek's projection of wholesale electricity prices, correct?
I can take your word for that, or I can read the section if you want. I'm assuming that's what I would be commenting on.
Yeah, you do. And then we can, you don't need to highlight or anything right now, but we can see 733, you state, or we could bring it up for everyone. Makes it clearer. You say, I have 3 comments with regards to Navigant's application of this pricing curve, colon. Then on the next page, you got ABC. See that?
Yes.
So your first comment is that there was a more appropriate pricing curve available, right?
Yes.
And your second comment has to do with that Mr. Kaczmarek has used an inaccurate method to determine electricity prices from 2017 and forward. That has to do with him using inflation rather than modeling the prices, correct?
Yes.
And your third and final comment is that Mr. Kaczmarek has ignored the impact of the NFT, right?
Yes.
None of these comments suggest that Mr. Kaczmarek should have applied a low case price projection, right? Yes or no?
This is a different calculation. This is a calculation of the impact to the claimants. So a low price scenario, and it's ex post. So low price scenario is not, not relevant to this calculation.
You say it's ex post. You're commenting on Mr. Kaczmarek's ex ante here. And my question was,
okay.
You're not saying in his ex ante that anywhere here that he should have applied a low case price projection, do you?
Again, the pricing is in the wheelhouse of Dr. Cohen. I asked for what he thought an appropriate curve would be for a ex ante fair market value calculation, and that's what I was provided for, was the 2 curves, which I used.
Okay, we're in your first report here, where you're commenting on Mr. Kaczmarek's ex ante valuation. We have 3 items where you have 3 comments on his ex ante price curve, and none of them says that he should have done a low case price projection, right? That's my only question.
It's not written here.
Is it written anywhere else in your first report?
I don't recall writing that.
Okay. Because it's not, right?
It's not in my first report.
No, and not in your second report.
No, again, I was focused on
Thank you.
my ex post calculation.
Now, both then and now, for electricity price projections beyond 2017, Mr. Kaczmarek extrapolates futures prices with inflation, right?
Yes.
And you, of course, have commented on this numerous occasions. Let's look at your fourth report. Go to page 22. We have paragraph 2149 continuing from the preceding page. I think we only need this part. And 4 rows from the bottom, you say you're referring to him using inflation past 2017, and you say, this is inappropriate because it assumes that a wholesale electricity price move with inflation, which they clearly do not, and provides a hockey stick projection of prices, increasing for the entire damages period. See that?
Yes.
So you refer to Mr. Kaczmarek's projection as a hockey stick projection. See that?
Yes.
Ms. Hardin, what does a hockey stick look like?
It goes up.
Can you show that again?
It tends to go up like that.
A hockey stick goes straight and then curves up, right?
Okay, so you're arguing about semantics with me. I'm merely stating that he assumes that it's going to continue to go up in the future by inflation, which is not the way that electricity prices move, clearly.
So it's going to move in a straight line, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as we know, we can take this off the screen. In your model, you've applied Dr. Cohen's low case power prices. And as I'm sure you're aware, and especially if you watched or listened in yesterday, Dr. Cohen has argued that the discount rate that you use, Ms. Hardin, does not fully adjust for the systematic risks that his low case projection addresses. Correct?
Yes.
And since Dr. Cohen has made these arguments, have you verified what the discount rate would need to be in order to fully adjust for those risks and reach the same effect?
I have not, but I don't tend to use the discount rate always to reflect all of the risk in projections. I tend to adjust the cash flows as well.
Okay.
So this would be the approach here.
And would you be surprised if I told you that would need to be more than 99%?
I haven't done that calculation, but I think that based on the information available to a rational buyer and a rational seller, they would look at what the market is doing and make adjustments. Factor that into the projected prices.
Well, my question was if you fully adjust for the risks that Dr. Cohen identified as a basis for his low case, you fully adjust your discount rate to account for that it would be a discount rate of more than 99%. Does that sound reasonable?
I don't know what it is. I haven't done that calculation. The main thing is to apply the same price in the but-for and the actual, really.
We can have a look in your model, Jacob. This is LH Appendix 40 updated, so from your fourth report. And we're at the starting tab. If we can just start by switching everything to Kaczmarek. Okay, so now we have with everything on Mr. Kaczmarek's assumptions and calculations, right?
Yes.
If we look at the but-for value of Krimmel, it's 1.2 billion euros. You see that?
Yes.
So that's a positive figure.
Yes.
Now, if we apply Dr. Cohen's low case prices, and only that, then the but for value of Krimmel turns into more than 600 million euro negative, correct?
Yes.
Okay, we can switch back to Kaczmarek there.
Mr. Röhlander, on the NFT, you've assumed no breach. I assume that's an oversight.
It is not, but thank you. So let's then see, we saw that when changing to the low case, we get a negative 600 million euro value of Krimmel. And then we can see what discount rate would lead to the same result. We go to the tab KKK but for DCF A&M. So there we have, hold on, scroll down. So we have the 1.2 billion there. That's the same figure. That's the figure that's been taken to the summary tables that we saw a minute ago, correct?
Right.
So let's go up to the discount rate. Oh, it's in green there, right? Yeah. Let's first try and change it to 20 and see what happens. Let's go back down and see what happens to the value. Okay, so we got barely zero, or a million euro in value. See that?
Yes.
But not the negative 600. Let's go back up again. Let's put 99. Go back down. We're almost there at negative 620, or a little more than 600. So we would need to have a discount rate of more than 99% to get the same result as applying the low case prices, correct? If one were to do it that way.
The impact of the prices is significant. Yes.
Okay, we can stop sharing this.
But again, you're comparing it to what Mr. Kaczmarek put in, which I think is an unreasonable projection going out in the future, to a more reasonable calculation. So yes, it's a big difference.
Okay, I just want to ask you a few questions on the valuation of the OPV in the actual scenario. I think your presentation spent a lot of time on that. Let's turn to your fourth report, page 191. Okay, we look at item 40. Just to take a step back, we're in the annex to your report where you list topics, a certain statement by Mr. Kaczmarek, you source his statement, and then you respond to it, correct?
Yes.
And the statement here, let's see, from his final report is, however, we acknowledge that there could be demand for some of the Krimmel MPP's stranded OPV in the future, beginning in 2019 at the earliest, and so on. Can we highlight those first 4 lines? You see that? That's his statement?
Yes.
That you're responding to here? Okay. And your response in the final column, you say, Mr. Kaczmarek now reverses his previous statements by confirming the known information. Quote, we acknowledge that there could be demand for some of the criminal MPP's volumes. See that?
Yes.
In fact, Mr. Kaczmarek has ever since his first report in 2013 explained exactly this, that there may well be demand for some of the OPV, has he not?
He said that, but he hasn't calculated any demand because he hasn't fed it into his model and demonstrated that there's value associated with that demand.
That wasn't the question. Here, or that's not the topic rather, you say here in your response that Mr. Kaczmarek now reverses his previous statements and confirms the known information. But in fact, this is what he's been saying since 2013, isn't it? That's my only question. That's my only question.
I don't recall. I don't recall what he said previously.
Okay. Let's keep in mind the quote here, because we can go and have a look in his first report if you want to, where he says more or less word by word the same thing.
It's fine. The point is, to me, that there are volumes. He has acknowledged that there is demand, and he just refuses to assess it as at the valuation date. Actually, he's assessed it. He just doesn't, well, largely he has some ex post data in there, but he, well, depending on which calculation you look at, he changes that assumption as he goes through his reports. But the point is, he hasn't put any value to that. That's the point.
Ms. Hardin, I know what your ultimate point is. You repeated it many times.
Okay.
My questions here concern your assertion that Mr. Kaczmarek now reverses his previous statements by confirming the known information. That's not true, is it? I'm speaking specifically of this assertion in the first paragraph here.
It appears that this is not entirely accurate, but that was not the point of this statement. Point is that.
Thank you.
Demand.
Now, Ms. Hardin, a monopoly is a market with multiple buyers but only one seller, correct?
Yes.
And by contrast, a monopsony is a market with multiple sellers but only one buyer, right?
That's correct.
Now, we've of course heard that you disagree with Mr. Kaczmarek's argument, but what he has argued is that the market situation after the 13th Amendment would likely be such a monopsony with competing sellers, but only one buyer. That's his argument, correct?
Yes, that's his argument.
Yes. Can we go to your fourth report, page 103? Can look at paragraph 41050. Are you there?
Yes.
And you say, third, Mr. Kaczmarek's assessment, so you're talking about his analysis, is based on a presumption that a monopsony market would be created when potential buyers would agree on a common course of action in the market, agreeing not to compete, which would normally result in higher prices. In other words, this assumption, again, Mr. Kaczmarek's, is predicated on presumption that the buyers will collude to drive the price down. See that?
Yes.
So here you say the exact opposite. You say that Mr. Kaczmarek's assessment is that there would be a monopsony market, or what you call a monopsony market, with two colluding buyers. A monopsony was supposed to be with one buyer.
Yeah, this not worded exactly in the best way, frankly, but the point is that he's assuming that one buyer means that they'll be able, that buyer will, that there's going to be one buyer for the volumes, which is not appropriate for a fair market value calculation. We're going to assume a hypothetical buyer that is going to buy all of these volumes and then sell them to the plants that need them going in the future. That's what he should have done. And a monopsony doesn't exist in that market. That's what is a point that should be made here.
You just said this is not worded exactly in the best way, but the point is that he's assuming that one buyer means and so on. But I mean, it's not a matter of wording. You have an entire reasoning here based on several buyers colluding to drive the price down. It's not a matter of wording. It's the complete opposite.
Yeah, no, this paragraph is not the best wording, frankly, but there, yeah, I mean, there isn't a monopsony market. A monopsony market can't be assumed for a fair market value.
I'll move on. We can take this off the screen. Now, you included in your presentation that Mr. Kaczmarek ignores the 16th Amendment, correct?
Yes.
And you have argued in your reports that there would be no stranded OPV because there was a guarantee under the 16th Amendment that confirmed that all unsold OPV will be remunerated by the German government, correct?
Yes.
I assume that you've been informed that the German Federal Constitutional Court has found that the 16th Amendment has not entered into force.
I understand that there has been a resolution related to the 16th Amendment, yes.
Do you know whether it includes that the 16th Amendment never entered into force?
Yes, it does.
Okay. But I assume when you provided your reports and made these arguments, you assumed that it was in force.
Yes, I think that the resolution that the 16th Amendment is not in force does not necessarily mean that there's not going to be compensation from the government for any unsold OEPVs. And the main point is that at the time Mr. Kaczmarek wrote his report, the 16th Amendment was in force, and so he should have calculated based on what information, if he's going to use ex post information, he needs to use all of it, and that there was indications of what that value would have been, and he should have used it. I'm not arguing that he does an ex post calculation. I'm merely saying that he needs to do an ex ante calculation. I mean, that's clear. But if he is going to use ex post information, he has to use all of it. He has to use prices. He has to use the 16th ATG. He has to use utilization. That's fine. Just be consistent. Use either you're going to do an ex ante or an ex post. Don't pick and choose your assumptions.
Okay, I'll go back to my question. So you're arguing then that, as we mentioned, that there was a guarantee under the 16th Amendment that all unsold OPV would be remunerated.
Yes.
When you made these arguments, were you aware that there were conditions under the 16th Amendment that had to be met before there could be any compensation from the government?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And were you aware that there was one condition that the party seeking compensation would have had to prove that it had undertaken serious efforts to sell the OPV under appropriate conditions or reasonable terms, depending on how you translate it?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And assuming that the conditions under the law were met, did you know how much compensation an operator could have received under the 16th Amendment?
I don't recall specifically. I think it had to do, because we didn't include this in our calculation, obviously, because it's not on an ex post basis, but it had something to do with the last 5 years of pricing. It would be based on the last 5 years, what they would have gotten. That's my recollection.
Okay. And on a more general level, was it your understanding that the 16th Amendment would provide full compensation for a lost fair market value of any unsold OPV remaining in 2022?
I don't remember specifically. But the point is that if you're going to look at ex post information, again, none of this being relevant to this calculation, you have to take into account that as a benefit that the claimants would have gotten.
Okay, so you don't remember whether the 16th Amendment would provide full compensation for the lost fair market value? That's what
I
you
don't
said here.
remember what it says how it says specifically, honestly, I don't.
But still, you stated in your third report that the 16th Amendment confirms that all OPV will be remunerated, and as such, there will be no stranded OPV, correct?
That's correct.
And when you made that statement, you were not aware that the compensation under the 16th Amendment did not have to correspond to a replacement of the full value, were you? Well, obviously you weren't.
Well, the question is, what is the fair value at that time? It might actually be higher than the fair value, honestly, depending on what happens with prices.
So was it your understanding that the compensation could be higher than the full value of the OPV remaining?
Well, it depends on when you're assessing it. If you are doing the price based on historical and prices go down, then you would get more based on the historical prices.
All right. And you wrote in your reports that all unsold OPV would have been compensated under the 16th Amendment, correct?
All of the claimants' OEPV would be compensated, yes.
Okay, so when you say in your reports that there will be no stranded OPVs, you just mean the portion that you believe belongs to Vattenfall, right?
I think that, yeah, my task is to calculate the damages or assess the damages related to Vattenfall, yes.
I would prefer if you answer my questions instead of putting a question to yourself and then answering it. My question was, so when you say in your reports that there will be no stranded OPVs, that means the portion that you believe belongs to Vattenfall, right?
Yes.
Not all potential stranded OPVs remaining in the OHTs, right?
For purposes of my calculation, yes.
Okay, so I see. I don't know where we are, Mr. President, on timing. I don't have too much left, but timing depends, of course, again on the answers. But if we want to have one more break, we could have it now, or I'll just go on.
I would prefer to have a break slightly later.
Okay.
Because you're only on now some 50 minutes you were on.
Okay,
So
I'll continue.
if you can finish, how many? But what I understand from your comment is that you have 20 minutes left.
It's probably going to be a little bit more.
It's okay. It's fine. And Dr. Conrad, then we take a break so that you can organize your questions for redirect.
Much appreciated.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Right.
Okay. So now I have a few questions about the treatment of Krumhol's salvaged parts in the actual scenario. Okay.
Okay.
And in your fourth report, you argue that one should not look at the sales proceeds, but make evaluation based on 2011 balance sheet figures, correct?
That's correct.
And you argue, do you not, that a calculation of fair market value requires that you estimate the value of salvage parts that remain at the valuation date?
Yes.
And in your fourth report, you introduce a new tab in your model, which includes the balance sheet figures that you rely on, correct?
Yes.
Now, this argument that Mr. Kaczmarek, in his ex-ante evaluation, should not make offsets, but rather assign a value to the salvage parts as of 2011. You did not make that when you commented on Mr. Kaczmarek's valuations in your first or second reports, or at the hearing in 2016, did you?
I'd have to go back to my third report. And I don't recall in my first and second report. I don't think that I made those assertions in those times, but those are, yeah. Again, I was more focused on the ex post approach versus the ex ante. So now I've done my calculation as an ex ante, and I've really looked at all of the issues that you have to consider for an ex ante calculation.
But in your, what you call thorough review of Mr. Kaczmarek's ex-ante evaluation that he provided with his first and second report, this is not an issue that you identified at the time, correct?
You know, I was looking at his calculation, and I tried to identify some of the big points of the disagreement of how I would have gone about that calculation if that had been appropriate to do, but I was focused on an ex post impact analysis. And so my critiques didn't go through every single little or big issue. Well, the big issues we tried to hit on, but it didn't go through every single issue that I would have had with the ex ante calculation. That's what I've done in the more recent submissions.
But Mr. Kaczmarek did make offsets from sales proceeds already with his first report, didn't he?
I think that's true.
Okay. And he described that in the actual report as well. It was not just a figure in his model, correct?
I can take your word for that. I mean, I am sure he did.
Yeah. For the record, that's Kaczmarek's first report, paragraph 305. Okay,
If
but
you
now,
read to the record, you might show it.
do you want to see it, Ms. Harden?
Yes, actually.
Okay. So, Mr. Kaczmarek's first report. Page 142. Paragraph 305. And in the middle, we have the total proceeds earned through the sale of the Krumhol's salvage plant components is 45 million euro, which is a direct offset to damages. See that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. we can take that off the screen. Okay, so when you now value criminal salvage parts as of 2011, you rely on two balance sheet figures, inventory and PP&E, correct?
Yes.
And PP&E, that's property, plant, and equipment, right?
Yes.
And you take those two figures from the financial statement as of 31st December 2010, correct?
I believe that's correct. If you want to put it up, we can look at it.
We can, yeah, sure. You're not sure if you're using the balance sheet
Oh,
figures?
I know. I just want to, you know, so we could have the numbers in front of us and look at the lines and see exactly where they're being pulled from.
Okay, no, it was
part
a
of my
general
model.
question.
I can find it myself.
It was a general question of whether the balance sheet figures that you're taking are from the financial statement as of 31st December 2010.
You're talking about the timing.
Yes.
Okay, yes, they are.
Okay. So that's the turn of the year 2010, 2011, right?
Right.
So that's about 6 months before the valuation date and 7 months before the measures, correct?
Yeah, the assessment would be as of that date. I would imagine if any impairment of that value had happened significantly between the date of the valuation or the date of the fair value assessment or net realizable value assessment rather, that if any significant events had caused that value to go down between the time when the balance sheet was as of date and the time that it was those financial statements are actually issued, then that would have been reflected.
Okay. But it doesn't take into account the 13th Amendment, does it? That's way later.
It wouldn't have taken into the, well, no, it wouldn't have taken that into account.
Okay. You use these figures from the balance sheet to value the salvage parts in the actual scenario, correct?
Yes.
The actual scenario is supposed to be the scenario which includes the measures, correct?
It includes the measures. So that's part of the remaining value.
You just said that these figures did not take into account the 13th Amendment, like 30 seconds ago. And of course they didn't. It's way before the 13th Amendment.
These are the value of the salvage part, net realizable value. If they were going to dismantle and take them apart and sell them, this is what they felt that they could get for those salvage parts. So that is the value closest to the date that is available as a value for what it would cost or what you would realize after you took out the cost of sales, etc., for property, plant and equipment, and the salvage parts. That's what that is. And that's what he should have used.
So I'll ask again, these balance sheet figures do not take into account the 13th Amendment, correct? You confirmed that a few minutes ago. I can take you to the transcript.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I misspoke. I mean, I'm not sure what you're trying to ask. Whether that there's additional drop in value as a result of the 13th Amendment.
My question was the figures in the balance sheet at the turn of the year 2010, 2011, when preparing those, the 13th Amendment was not taken into account, was it? By definition.
The 13th Amendment wasn't in effect at the time.
No. But still, you use these figures for your actual scenario, which is supposed to include the measures.
Well,
correct? Yes.
Yeah, I'm assuming that if you could let me finish my response, I'm assuming that this is the value that they would be able to realize for the property, plant and equipment, etc., the spare parts that were on the books as of that date, net realizable value. So I think that's relevant to the value as at the valuation date.
Do you know what the value of these assets were in the balance sheet immediately after the 13th Amendment?
When you define immediately after.
Well, when taking into account the 13th Amendment, do you know what these figures are in the balance sheet?
I have the balance. This is the balance sheet that I have. This is the most the available information that I believe a rational buyer would take into account in purchasing these assets. I mean, certainly they do due diligence and see if they agreed with that, but that's what's on the books. That's what you can use.
My question was, if you're gonna look at the balance sheet figures, wouldn't you be interested in what the balance sheet figure would be when taking into account the 13th Amendment? If you're gonna look at an actual scenario?
I've assumed if you're going to take this property right now and sell it, that figure is equal, because this is, you know, assuming I'm going to dismantle things, I'm going to get rid of, you know, sell it. I have costs associated with that sale. I'm assuming that it's the same. I'm not going to use it. Sorry.
Do you know that property, plant, and equipment was written off in its entirety and assigned a value of 0 in the balance sheet, taking into account the 13th Amendment? Yes or no?
That's accounting treatment. That's not. It doesn't mean that does not mean that it's worth 0. You could have written it off, and then, you know, take in the value as you sell it. You can keep it on the books and write it down as you sell it. That's accounting treatment. That does not mean that is any indication of what the value is. And by the way, that's a year later.
It was accounting treatment in the balance sheet in 2010 as well, wasn't it?
No, it was the value that was assigned by the auditors was what they assessed was the fair value less, you know, cost to sell. So net realizable value.
And after the 13th Amendment, that value was 0, wasn't it?
No.
Should we go to the balance sheet?
Well, it's obviously not 0. They've sold a bunch of.
I'm talking about the balance sheet. You're relying on the balance sheet value. That's why I'm talking about the balance sheet value. It was 0 immediately after the 13th Amendment, wasn't it? That's my only question. Do you know that it is?
I know that it is in the next year, but again, irrelevant for purposes of this calculation.
Thank you. Now, in your third report, you introduced what you called an index of non-German European utilities with significant nuclear portfolios, correct?
That's correct.
In your fourth report, you did not discuss this index at all, correct?
I don't know that that's true. I'd have to go through my fourth report. I mean, I brought it up in my third report, so I may not have.
Okay. But it was included again in your presentation today, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so let's look at that index. You've put together the stock market performance of 3 companies, EDF, CEZ, and Fortum, correct?
Yes.
And you argue that those 3 companies are more comparable to claimants' plans than Exelon is, correct?
That's absolutely true, yes.
And also in your presentation today, you said that Mr. Kaczmarek should have tried to find more similar comparable traded companies, correct?
Mr. Kaczmarek himself admits that EDF is one that he could consider. In his fourth report.
But is it your argument that Mr. Kaczmarek should have tried to find more similar comparable traded companies than Exelon?
I think that Mr. Kazmarek should have tried to reasonably assess the market trends as at the time that he's assessing the fair market value. He's using Exelon to say, you know what? There's no difference between March 14th and June 29th. Exelon is chugging along, but in doing so, he's ignoring things that are happening with European firms, the trends in transactions markets in Europe, and that is very different from what's going on with Exelon, which is a U.S. company operating in a different market, and a company that's very diversified and doesn't have as big a nuclear portfolio as, say, EDF, which obviously had a very big impact over that 3 months.
Okay, let's put it this way. Is it your position that Exelon is not similar enough to claimant's plants then, correct? Compared to EDF, CEZ, and Fortum?
I would say
you don't need to expand again.
They're more similar, yes,
Okay.
than Exelon. I mean, Exelon is really not similar at
Okay,
all.
thank you.
It's not a comparable.
It's not similar at all. Okay. Let's open your first report. Go to page 96. Paragraph 6.5.14. Here you discuss the beta for the WACC. Now, the beta, just in short, that captures volatility, correct?
Yes, volatility of the market.
Yeah. And you say, as discussed previously, a cap and beta captures the volatility of the excess returns on an individual security relative to that of the market portfolio. There's no accessible discernible beta for the MPPs as they're not publicly traded. I've examined betas for similar publicly traded companies in order to estimate the beta for the MPPs. There's one major publicly traded generator in Germany, RWE, one major power generator in the US, Exelon, and one in France, EDF. So at least for the purposes of your beta, Exelon was a similar publicly traded company, wasn't it?
I don't think that US Exelon is a basis for making a decision on ignoring all the market trends in Europe. That's my point.
No, I know what your point is, but that wasn't my question. For the purpose of your beta here, you found that, obviously found that the US company Exelon was, and let's see how you put it, a similar publicly traded company. And 2 minutes ago, you said in the transcript, it's not similar at all, right?
I don't recall the reasoning why Exelon is in this beta. I mean, our betas aren't very different anyway, but between utilities.
You mean yours and Mr. Kazmarek's?
Yes.
Yeah, because he also relies on Exelon, right?
Yeah, I would
Okay.
need to read what else I said about Exelon in my first report. I didn't really focus on that because I was focusing on the last two reports that are responsive to Q8.
Okay. Let's turn back to your index with EDF, CEZ, and Fortum. So we don't need this anymore. Thank you. Now, you argued that there was a sharp decline in the value of these companies between Fukushima and the valuation date of June 29th, correct?
Overall, in that index, there was, yes.
A sharp decline. Okay. But you're not suggesting that all three companies had a substantial decline, do you?
They did not. No.
Okay. Well, you've actually asserted that they did. Let's look at your third report. Let's go to page 17. Sorry. 252. And I'll read this out. As I've already demonstrated in the preceding figure 1, not just EDF with its predominantly nuclear portfolio, but also the other companies in the European Power Sector Index I have depicted, then you can continue later on, experienced a substantial share price decline between the start of 2011 and the valuation date. So you have suggested that all 3 companies in your index had a substantial decline.
I think there was declines. I mean, it fluctuates, but EDF certainly was the biggest decline, and that makes sense because it has a very big nuclear portfolio.
Well, of course, that wasn't my question. Okay, I think we can read from your reports. Okay. In fact, 2 of the companies in your index actually increased in the weeks and months after Fukushima, did they not?
I don't recall specifically.
We can have a look at it. Go to Mr. Kaczmarek's 4th report. Page 84.
I'd rather look at my chart, which doesn't have an index on it, but you really can see the decline. It's hard to see when you. Okay, that's a different one. I see what you're doing. Okay.
No, page 84, please. Okay, so this is based on your data, but Mr. Kaczmarek shows what the share price development is for each of the 3 companies individually instead of put together as an index, right? Do you see that?
Yes, I'm not sure how he says he's indexed this though, I think. I'm not sure how he's done that. I can't really see it. It's really small.
Okay,
Sorry.
we can zoom in. Well, it's indexed to March 1st. You need to index if you're going to see the development, right? And compare them to each other. That's what you do as well, right?
I'm not sure how he did this calculation. I haven't seen it, so I don't know. But so that's why I'm using the graph that I looked at, which shows the decline. In
your report, you didn't show the share price development of each of these 3 companies individually, did you?
I did not.
No. So what Mr. Kaczmarek did was to take your figures, the exact same figures found in your appendix, and plotted them, but for the individual companies. There's no calculation here. It's just the share price and the development for each of the 3 companies. You didn't dispute this in your 4th report. Are you saying there's something wrong with the graph now?
I don't know. It obviously is different than the one that I have portrayed, but two of them have gone down.
I think the point is that it's showing something different than you're depicting, because here we see the 3 companies individually. We can go through it.
Right. Well, EDF lost $7 billion. So I don't think that's significant.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
So we have CEZ and in orange and Fortum in gray. And if we just look through March and April, the first weeks or 2 months or so, in the period following Fukushima, they actually increased through March and April, correct?
Against EDF's decline, which makes sense.
And CEZ, the orange line, stayed above its share price all the way from its share price from the beginning of March all the way to June 29th, correct? You see that?
It's not clear why it's doing this. It's actually conservative for me to have included this company in this group. It may be more diversified and getting benefits in its other businesses as a result of the issues with nuclear.
Can you answer my question?
Sure.
CEZ stayed above its share price from the beginning of March all the way to June 29, correct? You can see that on the line. It's above 1 in the index. Do you see that?
I see that that's what Mr. Kaczmarek has portrayed in his graph.
It's your data, Mr. Harden. Do we need to go to your appendix with the figures and compare CEZ's share price at the beginning of March with its share price at the end of June? Do I need to show you that it's higher at the end of June?
I recall that
I'm sorry, there was an overlap of that last question and answer. Could we try it again, please?
Try to avoid overlap.
Do we need to go to your appendix? He's using your figures. Do we need to go to your appendix for me to show you that CEZ's share price was higher at the end of June than it was at the beginning of March?
I believe that I recall that CEZ was an entity that had the share price go up.
Okay. And Fortum, the gray one, stayed, well, at or a little bit above its share price from early March all the way through mid-June, June 20th, before there's a drop there, correct?
Well, there's some movement up and down, but it drops more towards June, according to this index of Mr. Kaczmarek's.
Again, it's the share prices that you have included in your appendix that he's plotting here. Okay. And if we look at Fortum again, the gray one, that drop on June 20th, that was not due to Fukushima, was it?
I don't know what it was due to.
Okay, let's go to exhibit IAV 18. This is a report by Fortum. I turn to page 19. Okay, let's go. I think we need to go. Is this PDF page 19? Okay, there we go. And top left, how did Fortum achieve its financial targets in 2011? You see that? And do you see that in the first paragraph here, starting with in summer? Fortum identifies the reason for the share price drop. You see that?
Yes.
So the company itself identified that the reason for the drop was that the Finnish government had proposed a new tax, correct?
That's what it says.
Okay. Let's go back to Mr. Kaczmarek's figure 5 from his fourth report at page 84, where we started. Okay, so again, CEZ increased in this period and Fortum stayed essentially flat all the way through June 20th before that drop, correct?
There are
Right,
movements, yeah, but
yeah.
I'm looking at this chart and that's what it looks like it is doing.
But when you combine these three companies into your index, you get that negative development that you have referred to, correct? When you combine it with EDF?
Yes. This is not, EDF is arguably the most comparable.
When you create your index, you combine the three companies' market capitalization, don't you?
Yes.
So in your index, the three companies do not carry 33% weight each. It's based on their size, right?
Yes.
And EDF is bigger than even the other two companies combined, right?
That's I don't recall honestly, but it is a very big company.
Yeah. We can go there if you want to, but I can tell you that the combined market cap of these three that you have in your appendix, just for your information, is 94 billion, and EDF is 57 of the 94. If you can trust me on that, I can put a question to you.
Okay, I don't remember exactly, but
yeah,
that,
if I'm wrong, I'm sure someone can point it out to me later on. Okay, so EDF market cap is 57 billion, and the total for this whole index is 94. So in effect, the index that you have created is made up of 60% EDF value, right?
yes.
You haven't explained that in your reports, have you?
Well,
Yes or no?
The other side of the coin is these other two entities who had less of an impact potentially are skewing the curve in that other direction. So EDF has an impact, but these other entities also have an impact. I could have just used EDF. Mr. Kaczmarek uses Exelon.
But you created this index, which is made up of 60% EDF value, right? You're with me on that at least. Let's go to figure, your third report. Page 49. Figure 5. Here you're plotting Exelon in green, and you have EDF in orange, and then you have your index in blue, right?
Yes.
So what you're putting up against Exelon here is EDF and an index that you created yourself, which is 60% EDF, right?
I'm comparing Exelon to this index and to EDF by itself.
Yeah, and your index is
impact
60.
The impact of EDF, yes.
So EDF, Exelon, and an index which is 60% EDF. That's what you're presenting here.
Well, I demonstrated that EDF is a big part of that.
Let's look at what you say about the development of European utilities in your fourth report. So if we can take that up. Go to page 8. Paragraph 218. Okay. You say, third, my calculation takes into account the prevailing market conditions that existed at the valuation date. This information directly influences the value for the claimant's MPPs that a willing buyer and a willing seller would agree upon in a hypothetical transaction. These conditions include the prevailing market dynamics, i.e. sluggish performance in European utilities markets, as evidenced by declining share value of major European utilities after Fukushima accident. Except for EDF, what are these major European utilities that you have identified in your reports which have a declining share value after the Fukushima accident?
Well, EDF, I would say, is arguably the most comparable. It has a very large nuclear portfolio, and its share price went down enormously.
I'll repeat my question. Except for EDF, what are the, quote, major European utilities, unquote, that you have identified in your reports which have a declining share value after the Fukushima accident?
I don't
None,
know.
right?
I don't know what I was referring to with this sentence.
So you can't point me to any other European utilities that have a declining share value in your reports, right?
Again, I'd have to go back and look at these sections and see on what basis I made that statement.
If there are any other major European utilities that you've identified in your reports which have a declining share value, which you here present as evidence, I would like you to point me to. But there aren't any, are there?
Based on this excerpt, I can't tell you what I was referring to. I mean, I referred to a number of things. I referred to declining, it's right in the next sentence, M&A activity. There's not as many transactions because the utilities market is beginning to slow.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, that wasn't my
Dr. Cohen
question.
looks at this in a lot more detail too.
I'm just referring to your assertion here that there's evidence of declining share value of major European utilities in plural. But I'll move on.
Okay.
So is it your view that EDF, which is what you primarily rely on, is representative of the development of the European utility sector following Fukushima?
I've merely pointed out that EDF had a major impact that looks like it was related to Fukushima, as well as developments in the utility sector that are related to a number of inputs that Dr. Cohen has discussed.
So I'll try my question again, if you can please listen. Is it your view that EDF is representative of the overall development of the European utility sector following Fukushima? As opposed to an outlier when it comes to performance?
I don't think it's an outlier. I think it's probably representative of the market conditions at the time.
Can we bring up Ms. Harden's exhibit LH206? So this is your compilation of various analyst reports. We can turn to PDF page 479. This is a Morgan Stanley report from March 21st, about 10 days after Fukushima. So let's go into that report. PDF page 488. And we can look at the top. It says, EDF offers an interesting case. The stock has been the worst performer in the sector over the past week. See that?
Yes.
Thank you. Can we move on to Ms. Harden's fourth report? Go to page 99, paragraph 41033. Thank you. And again, similar to before, you say here, the second factor at the very end, final bullet point, the second factor being the impact of the Fukushima accident had a clear and devastating impact on the value of European energy producers with a noteworthy nuclear portfolio. So similar question as before, except for EDF, which are the European energy producers, in plural, with a noteworthy nuclear portfolio that you have identified in your reports and where the Fukushima accident had a clear and devastating impact on the value? Which other companies than EDF?
I, again, don't know what the basis of my statement is, but I will tell you that the source that you just referenced said that clearly the fact that they had a huge nuclear portfolio was causing the problem for them. It's in the top of that document said that. So obviously Fukushima, if you had a big nuclear portfolio, Fukushima had a major impact. That's just one of the, again, that's just one of the indicators that I have looked at to discern that there are brewing problems in the electricity markets. And this is, again, something that Dr. Cohen also addressed.
Let's see if you can answer my question. You say here that the second factor, being the impact of the Fukushima accident, had a clear and devastating impact on the value of European energy producers with a noteworthy nuclear portfolio. Except for EDF, you haven't identified any such companies in your reports, have you? And please stay with that question.
I don't recall. I'd have to go back and look at these reports and see exactly what I said, but certainly EDF is the major one.
And if we look at the other two companies in your index that we saw on the graph earlier, the Fukushima accident did not have a clear and devastating impact on the value of CEZ, did it? As we could see.
Well, I didn't look at specifically the impact on their nuclear portfolio. They may have been offset by other entities that were benefiting from that accident.
But you included
nuclear might be less of an issue, or less of an issue going forward in the market.
But you included CEZ in your index, didn't you? Yes,
and it makes the index less volatile because it had better performance than EDF.
All right. Let's turn to page 50 of your fourth report. This is where section 4.4 starts at the bottom. Now, this section deals with the valuation of Brunsbüttel's OPV in the but-for scenario, correct?
I'm sorry, what page is this?
50.
50. That's my fourth report, sorry. That's my third report. Okay, page 50, I'm with you. I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure. You see that heading to section 4.4?
Yes.
So this section deals with the valuation of Brunsbüttel's OPV in the but-for scenario, right?
Right.
If we turn to the next page, 51, we have subsection A. This concerns the pricing, doesn't it?
Right.
Now, the analysis and arguments that you provide in this subsection A here, that was not included in any of your previous reports, was it?
I have always said that I felt that he was overvaluing the values of the volumes in the but-for scenario for Brunsbüttel, because he uses Brockdorf and Krummel as a proxy for his sales prices, and he's selling to plants that are of comparable size. I think it's Neckarwestheim 1 and Underweser. I have to remember exactly who he's selling to, but they're, well, not Underweser is a larger one, but certainly older plants, and that for that reason, larger plants or more efficient plants like Brockdorf can afford to pay more than these smaller plants would be able to pay. So I've made that statement, I think, since my first report.
Yeah, my question concerned the pricing analysis that you provide in this subsection in your fourth report, the specific arguments and analysis that you include here. You haven't included that before, have you?
I have not.
Okay, thank you. Let's turn a few pages to page 56. Here we have figure 7. And we have, let's just see what we have first. We have the red bar or bars, which say 36.8 euro per megawatt hour. That's the average price calculated by Mr. Kaczmarek for the Brunsbüttel OPV that are sold, right?
Yes.
And then we will come to that in a minute, but you compare that to the cash flow benefit per megawatt hour for Brockdorf, which are the light blue and dark blue bars, right?
Yes.
And the price for the Brunsbüttel OEPV, the red bars, Mr. Kaczmarek's figures, that's when NFT is not included, correct?
The blue bars?
The red one, Mr.
The red one.
Kaczmarek's.
Yeah, I believe he sells the volumes when NFT is no longer in existence.
That's right. So without NFT. That's right. Okay. And then if we have the light blue bars, we can see in the legend at the bottom, that's the benefit to Brockdorf when NFT is included, correct? It says including NFT.
Okay, let me look at this.
It says in the legend, KBR but for DCF including NFT.
Right. Yes,
Okay.
I see that. Mm-hmm.
So if we want to compare apples to apples, we should look at the red and dark blue bars, right?
Yes.
And if we go back to the document and look at the paragraph below this figure, oh, sorry, 4414, it's 2 paragraphs below. So you're comparing then the red and the dark blue, and you say, you conclude that it's illogical that the price of the Brunsbüttel OEPV would be between 64 and 171% higher than the benefit which Brockdorf realizes, which is the dark blue bar, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The figure at the red bar, 36.8 euros, that includes a depreciation tax benefit that the seller would benefit from, according to Mr. Kaczmarek's analysis, correct?
Yes.
And in simple terms, that means that the buyer is willing to pay a little bit more because he can achieve a tax benefit, right?
For the cost. Yes.
Yeah. And so, put it differently, without that depreciation tax benefit included, Mr. Kaczmarek's figure would not be 36.8, but somewhat lower, correct?
Yes.
The figures that you compare with the dark blue bars, those figures do not include any such depreciation tax benefit, do they?
Let's see. We'd have to go to the model to see what these include. I can't just do it off of this.
You do not know how, I mean, the 22.5 and the 14.1, those are your figures, right?
Yeah, I mean, I believe they do include a depreciation benefit.
Haven't you calculated them just by simply dividing operating cash flows by production?
This is my fourth report. Yes, but the depreciation is in the calculation. It's a line in the calculation. So that benefit is included in there. This has a depreciation benefit in it.
Can we go to the footnotes of this page? You say, to get to these values, I've deleted all NFT. Next, I divided total NPV of cash flows by total production. So you just divided cash flows by production, right? That's all you've done for these figures in dark blue and light blue.
I believe these should be comparable, but I can check that.
If you divide cash flows by total production, you do only that. You're not going to capture the benefit, are you? It's pretty simple.
If you use the cash flow, you actually get the entire benefit that the entity would be able to pay, because that includes the costs of acquiring those, and those volumes are included in that cash flow. So if you add an additional benefit, you're going to pay too much.
So is it then your position that your figures here, the 22.5 and 13.6 and so on, the dark blue and light blue, does include the depreciation benefit?
I believe
you're
that
saying?
Yes. I mean,
Okay.
let's see. Okay, this is my calculation. I mean, this really shows the maximum that the plant would be able to pay if you take the cash flows, because that's what we were trying to do. We was going to say, look, we need to make sure that the net present value of the entity is the same by using additional volumes. What would they be able to pay? And so this is the maximum amount that they would be able to pay. So including an additional benefit on top of this would make it unaffordable.
Well, that wasn't the question now. The question was whether you've included the benefit.
We included the entire benefit that could be extracted from the sale of the volumes in these figures. And that's based on the net present value of the cash flows of the purchasing plant. So what I'm trying to compare is what Mr. Kaczmarek says that the price would be, and what the plants could actually afford. I think is the purpose of this whole section.
Okay, I'll move on from that.
Before you move on further, Mr. Rielander, apparently the estimate of 20 minutes is a lawyer's estimate. Normally, I always have to double estimates by lawyers for how much time they want to spend further. But you are even actually a little bit at the higher end of your estimates. So how many more minutes do you estimate?
Now I estimate, well, again, 5:10. I mean, I'm on my last section here, so I think we can might as well wrap up.
David, can you still do the court reporting?
Yes, I can, but if we go beyond that, I have to take a personal break.
Yeah.
I understand.
No.
Okay.
Final section.
All right. Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, let's leave aside for a moment whether the figures are comparable or not. I have a question about how you, further question about how you calculated these figures, especially the ones in the dark blue bars. We can keep this as it is for now. Now we can see, even without zooming in here, that the benefit for Brockdorf of using 1 megawatt hour is much lower in 2011 than 2012. It's 14 instead of 22.5. You see that?
Right.
Why is that?
In different years, the nuclear power plants have different costs. So if we were doing it on, net present value of cash flows, in certain years they would be able to afford more than they are able to afford in other years. And that's taken into account in my calculation.
Okay. But you have explained here in the footnote that we still have on the screen how you've arrived at these values in the bars, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So in short, to get a cash flow benefit per megawatt hour, you divide, again, cash flows by production. That's what we already have highlighted here.
The net present value of cash flows is, yes. I'm trying to determine what this section was meant to do.
Yeah, I think there was no more
Okay,
question on
go
that.
ahead.
So, yeah. So you say here that you have taken the data from the tab KKBR, but for DCF, right? See that on the,
Yes.
it's not highlighted, yeah. And you've used row 172, that's the cash flows, and row 51 being the production, and you divide those, right?
That's what it says.
That's what it says, yeah. And this is yearly cash flows and yearly production, right?
It says the total net present value.
Yeah, for the year, right?
I think so, yes.
And what if I told you that your low figure for 2011, the 14, is a mistake, that you've taken cash flows from only about 6 months and divided that by total production for the full year? Would you agree?
I don't know that there's a mistake. I'm not aware that there's a mistake.
Okay, we can do this exercise that you outlined here in the footnote. So we're gonna, in a few seconds, go to the tab KKBR, but for DCF in Mr. Kaczmarek's model, and look at what we have in row 172 and row 51. So Jacob, can you share your screen? Right, and we are on the right tab, KKBR, but for DCF. That's the one we saw, right?
Is this March market data? This is with my fourth report? This is OEPV only?
Yes, this is the one you refer to in the footnote. But I mean, it's not yours, it's Mr. Kaczmarek's, which you're referencing in the footnote.
Oh, okay, yes, Mr. Kaczmarek's. I don't have access to his model, so.
Well, it's the same. Well, it's, no, okay. It's from the third report, of course, and the same would apply for the fourth report. But this was submitted with this third report. It's the one you say that you use in the footnote to get your values.
Right.
Okay. So let's start with production. You said that you had used row 51. Let's go up to 51. There we go.
Can you
see
please
that?
make it bigger?
Sure. Row 51, you see that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Net electric work. And we see from 2011 and onwards, well, 2010 as well, but 2011, which is the figure that we were looking at, it's steady at, well, 10.96, 10.99, well, 11 terawatt hours. See that?
Yes.
So that's the yearly production, right?
Yes.
Then we go to the cash flows. You said that you have used row 172. There we go. And we can see the formula in that for 2011, which is what we're looking at. It's taking data from cells I168 and I171. 171 is just a discount factor. So the cash flows, which we're interested in here, that's I168, correct?
Yes.
Let's double click that one. Or we can see the formula up there in the, and we see that it sums up a range of cash flows. And then we see at the end, it includes times 185 over 365. That means that it only gives you cash flows corresponding to 185 days of that year, right?
This may be the case. Yeah, it looks like it's giving a partial year.
So it's the cash flows from about 6 months.
So that's what's included in the damages calculation.
Well, I'm asking about, this is the cash flows that you say in that footnote that you applied to get that figure in your report.
Yes.
So you have in fact divided six months of cash flows by a full year of production, haven't you?
I have to see the production again. I need to look and make sure that that's not similarly changed.
Yeah, I'll leave it there.
The point
Mr.
is, you
President.
need to use cash flows from 2011 and 12, not from 2019, bringing back to 2011 and 12.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's it.
Nothing further, Mr. Highlander?
No.
Okay, we take a break for 15 minutes. Is that okay for you, Dr. Conrad? 15 minutes for organizing your questions for the direct.
I think, given looking at the expert who probably got up at 3 o'clock in the morning to start testifying at 5 o'clock in the morning, and I think doesn't even drink caffeine anymore at this stage, she might need 20 minutes to, get life back into her body.
All right, 20 minutes recess. And Ms. Harden, take it easy, but you are under testimony. So you're not allowed to discuss this case with anyone. Recess until 5:40. Is that correct? 5:45. 5:45. Let's put it that way. Okay. All right. All participants seem again to be present. Dr. Conrad, please proceed with the redirect examination.
Thank you very much. FDI, could you kindly bring up a calculator for Ms. Harden? And while FDI is doing that, Ms. Harden, you remember that at 8:45:48, Mr. Rühlander asked you a question, and that is in relation to your demonstrative exhibits 3 and 4. We could start on the left, perhaps. Here we can look at Krümmel actual enterprise value with tax impact. Go up a little bit. Thank you. Up, up, up. And FDI, I would like you to put in that number. The 273,891 million. And here I identified, you see that up perfect. 373,891 million Krümmel actual scenario. And then he said, and we could look at the same in the other scenario, actual value of Krümmel 2,896. Sorry, FDI, your number is wrong. Maybe we start differently. Why don't you put up demonstrative exhibits 3 and 4 on the screen, and then the calculator a bit smaller in addition, so we can all see which numbers we're pulling. So if you could do that a bit smaller. And FDI, if you could highlight the numbers 27381. That's actual enterprise value with tax impact. And then to the right, do the same with the A28396. So, and the calculator, so you don't cover those two numbers. Ms. Harden, which numbers would you like me to put in the calculator to see the difference between these two figures? Or are they too small?
The difference between, this is between the OEPV only and the OEPV plus LTE?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, those two figures that you've highlighted would be the difference.
So FDI put in 283,696. We're leaving the zeros in order to make this easier visible for everybody. Minus 273,891 equals. And there are 3 zeros missing. What's the figure, Ms. Harden?
Well, it's 9 million, I guess, 805,000.
Okay, thank you very much. So FDI, you can close those, and please enable sharing by Dr. Pika. Ms. Harden, you recall that at 8:30:08, Mr. Rühlander showed you your Appendix 47 OEPV only model, and I quote, "Okay, if I can have Jacob put up your Excel model from your third report, the OEPV only scenario, that's LH Appendix 47. And you also recall that Mr. Rühlander made you toggle some toggles, switching toggles. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So let's go toggle. Dr. Pika will bring up the model in a moment, But first, I would like you to ask you, what if you received from us the instruction to show, one, that Burgdorf did not shut down in 2019 in the actual scenario, and instruction two, that they have a value? Which toggles would you toggle?
To do the effect of, in the actual scenario of Brockdorf not shutting down, you would need to do toggle 5. And the purchases of the OEPVs is toggle 10.
What we're now bringing up is 47 with everything set to Kaczmarek except for these two toggles that Ms. Harden just mentioned. Max, please. And what does that do to the alleged damages?
That gives you alleged damages if you have these two toggles activated of 324,270,000.
I'm sorry, could you say that number again, please?
Yes, that number is 324,270,000.
But those are two, sorry, how many toggles of how many are those?
That's two toggles of 12 possible to get to my calculation.
Okay. How many toggles does Mr. Kaczmarek have in his model?
Okay, he has 3 toggles, but they don't all function.
You have 3 toggles if you scroll up the screen in light blue, light green, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
What do they relate to?
One of them is taxing whether the award would be taxed in Germany or Sweden. The second toggle is NFT assumed to be a breach or not. And then the toggle related to LTE volumes assumed to be a breach or not.
Okay, if the instruction was to do with Mr. Kaczmarek's model, 1, Burgdorf shuts down in 2021, i.e. does run in 2019. That's instruction 1. And second instruction, that the OEPV have a value in Mr. Kaczmarek's model. Can you do that? What would the toggling look like?
He doesn't have toggles to do that in his model. He doesn't provide those toggles. I mean, yeah.
What would you do with his model in that case?
Well, you could use, my model is now showing with those adjustments what the result would be with just those 2 adjustments. But his model, his model that he has put forward does not have the ability to make those adjustments.
Okay. Then FDI, if you could take over sharing again. And could you bring up Dr. Cohn's 4th report, paragraph 342? One back. And FTI, if you could highlight the last 5 words in this paragraph. given no change in output. And Ms. Harden, I give you time to read those words. Which Mr. Rylander did not highlight when he showed you paragraph 342. What do these 5 words mean?
It means that the output would not have changed from the time period when Dr. Cohen took his projection. So he took it from what was the output in 2010, I believe. And so that assumes that the output did not change after 2010.
What output is he talking about?
He's talking about the production of the plants that are benefiting from the higher prices, the hydro and lignite plants.
Let's keep it up there. At 7:16:57, Mr. Rylander stated, and if damages had not already been negative, would you have deducted 3 billions or perhaps 2.1 billions without taxes or after tax, I should say? I'm just concerned with tax at this stage. When you look at Mr. Rylander's 2 figures, 3 billion and 2.1 billion, what tax rate did he mathematically apply?
I mean, those sound like the numbers that Dr. Cohen provided me, and those are without tax. Very close.
If we could have the pocket calculator again. Can you do 3 million, or let's put 3,000 and have it reflected in thousands, minus 2.1, sorry, 2,100. I'm getting confused myself. And the result would be what?
900.
Now, if we divide 900 by 3,000, what would be the result? 0.3 or 30%?
Yes, that's approximately the tax rate in Germany.
So I think Mr. Rylander will not object if I say that he was talking about taxes in that paragraph, didn't he? Sorry. Now apply the 30% tax to 3 billion. So to make it easier, FDI do it, since you're doing it. Yeah, and now deduct that from 3 billion. That's a difference of 2.1 billion net of tax. The minus is wrong because we deducted it the other way around.
Yes.
Let me consult for a second. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I think my co-arbitrator, Professor Lowe, has a question.
I do. It's just taking you way back to the earlier part of the day. And you started to say that you thought it made a significant difference whether the income from the sale of the OEPVs was deducted from the valuation of a business or treated as an offset later on. I wonder if you could just explain in general terms what the main heads under which that difference would be.
Okay. Yes, thank you for this question. This is really the crux of the issue that I have with Mr. Kaczmarek's calculation, because you have to assess the value as at a particular date. So we have to assess the but-for value as of that date, and we have to assess the actual value as of that date. So the but-for, he has assessed using his price curve as at the valuation date that you specified. But in the actual scenario, he's assigned no value. He says that I can't do that, and therefore I have to do these offsets because actually sales have occurred, and so I have to do an offset. But the offsets are calculated as at the date that they occur, which has been much later, not at the valuation date, but in 2019 and 2020, using the prices that, based on the prices, the wholesale electricity prices that are in effect as at that time, which are about 35 euros currently. So if you are assessing offsets as at a later date when you have lower prices, and then you're offsetting them against the prices that were in existence, or the revenue, the profits that you would have gotten or projected as at the earlier valuation date, it's a mismatch. It's like comparing apples and oranges. You need to assess what the projection was at the time, what they would have received. If you're going to do an ex post calculation and take into account ex post information, like I did in my first reports, then you take into account all of the pricing and you apply it in both scenarios. See, because in doing this and doing these offsets, he's made the decline in prices part of the measures.
Is there any other major factor apart from electricity prices which would come into play as a result of that choice?
In terms of, I'm not sure I understand your question, sir.
The difference in the impact on the calculation of the change in value of the business, according to whether it's done on the basis of a valuation as at the valuation date, attributing a value to the OEPVs, or handling them as an offset.
Well, you're also making assertions that the utilization is impacted by the measures as well, because you're saying, well, by taking into account all of the volumes that would be left over based on the utilization that was incurred in the actual scenario, when there's no evidence that the expectations at the time would have been any less utilization for the but-for scenario than would have been in the actual scenario. So that's another factor that needs to be consistent. And in doing these offsets and saying, okay, you're only going to get the value for the offsets and anything left over is, that's the way it would have been. That assumes that you have perfect, remember that quote that I had in my presentation, you have a perfect certainty, you have a crystal ball to tell you exactly what is going to happen. And that's what he's injected into this calculation.
Thanks very much.
Judge Bauer, do you have any questions?
No, no, thank you.
May I ask Steve or TJ, I don't know who's handling the documents, could you put next to each other first the third report of Ms. Harden, the table 7 at page 66, and next to it from the fourth report, table 23 at page 149. Okay, can you simply, call out both tables? Ms. Harden, these concern the same subject matters as far as heading is concerned, 29 June 2011, ex ante OPV only, Scenario alleged damage is calculated by Mr. Kazmarek.
Yes, they do. These are both OEPV only.
Yeah, so we're talking about the same thing. Now, if you look at them, you have rearranged them and there's a different total. Could you explain what is why you have, first of all, what is the difference and why did you do it differently? At least the order is different.
Right. Well, I tried to keep the order as close as possible, but it was difficult. The idea was that I was trying to give you a tool to see what the order of magnitude impact was of changing these toggles from, you know, one particular issue that was brought up, the salvage parts or the electricity pricing. What impact does that have on the calculation? So, and as I cautioned, this is not meant to be perfect so that, you know, okay, I can choose 6 toggles and change them and I'll have the right scenario. I'd have to think about how all of those would interact with each other. This is a difficult thing to do, I have to tell you, to put these toggles together, because it has a cascade effect and each one of these variables impacts other variables in the model. So in the first report, we had, it felt like we had options that you could take, like mixing production and utilization that would not be appropriate to mix together. So what we tried to do in our second or the fourth report was to group those things together that have to be going together. Like if you're going to increase the, you know, the operating period, you have to use the utilization that I have forecasted. You have to use the capex that Dr. Grauf has forecasted, and you know, kind of group those things together so that, you know, you don't mismatch things. Other things we parsed out because Mr. Kazmarek made a comment that we had one toggle where we were doing a lot of different things in one toggle. We are affecting the but-for and the actual. So we tried to kind of parse out also the impacts there. But you know, that's basically the reason we readjusted the toggles.
Can you walk me through the differences?
I'm sorry?
Can you walk me through the differences?
Yes, I really would like to make these a little bigger. Sorry, my
All right, okay, now it's
vision is not what it used to be. What is this this first page? Sorry.
The first page is page I think 66.
66. A little bit better.
And your third report is that, huh?
Right.
The other one is in page 149 of your fourth report.
Yeah. Well, yes. So the toggles in my fourth report have to do with the chromal and the impairment and decommissioning being at the full charge, that's the first toggle versus the half charge. The second toggle is salvaged parts and the impact of the salvaged parts, taking it from the balance sheet versus the way that Mr. Kazmarek has done it. The third toggle corrects the capex proration. So if in 2011, when Krumel is not operating in after a certain point, that capex is removed. The fourth toggle does the pricing for Brunsbüttel. I'm sorry, no, that's not that. What that does, the impairment expense that Brunsbüttel had that was not included in Mr. Kazmarek's calculation. While he concluded it for the Krumel plant, he doesn't include it for the Brunsbüttel plant, and he needed to do that. Let's see. So then the fifth toggle is the scenario where Brockdorf shuts down later, not in 2019, but 2021. Then we have the other 7 toggles, which relate to some of these legal issues and other disagreements, methodological disagreements, which have to do with ownership, the restart date of Krümmel, electricity pricing. This 9 is actually where we adjust the value of how Brunsbüttel volumes are calculated in the but-for scenario, because we calculate them based on the purchasing plant, which is in our case Brockdorf, and we calculate exactly how much Brockdorf could pay based on its production in each year. I'm sorry?
No, please complete your answer.
Okay. And then the value of the OEPVs in the actual scenario is where we just assign value. And these are not overlapping, I will say, with Brockdorf. If the Brockdorf tab is on, it does not mean that it double counts Brockdorf volume revenues or profits from that. So those two are not overlapping. The actual scenario cash flows for Krümmel, I think that relates to decommissioning in the actual scenario. And then the Krümmel and Brockdorf corrected OPEX and CAPEX relates to the but-for scenario OPEX and CAPEX for Krümmel and Brockdorf, because the other adjustments to OPEX and CAPEX in the actual scenario are necessarily included in the other tabs already, which adjust the actual scenario. So when the plants are operating in the actual scenario, and you know, Brockdorf in particular, that adjustment is made there.
Okay, could you help me with toggle 6, which is damages attributed to parent ownership, and this in your fourth report that is valued at minus 948,985.
Yes.
Million. And if you compare that with your third report to 6.2, the first line item, there it is 1.3 billion. What is the why is there a difference?
Well, I think this is due partially to the fact that we have March versus June pricing. But I think the other issue is that we have more impairments and on a 100% basis than you would have on a 50 or 65% basis. So that is also impacting there.
I believe that your third report, for which the left table originates from, is also 29 June prices. At least that, although Mr. Kaczmarek has an issue between March and June, that I do understand. But
we calculate. No, oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yes. For my third report, I used Mr. Kaczmarek's June prices because the prices that were determined at the valuation date. Let me back up. For my calculation, I always use the June prices that were provided for me by Dr. Cohen. But as far as Mr. Kaczmarek, I'm comparing to his, using his June prices data because that seemed the most relevant. We're doing the valuation as at that date. I mean, it doesn't figure into my calculation at the end of the day, but that's what we're doing. In this first report, we're comparing when we do the toggles to get from Mr. Kaczmarek's valuation to mine, we're comparing to his March data, because really after the third report, he really focuses on the March data or the March market data as being the approach that he wants to go with. Now, he says that he does his valuation as at the 29th of June for both of these, but he really doesn't make any other changes. He's just, he's still using his March price curve. He's still using all the same costs. He really hasn't made any other changes there. But to show you the difference, we're comparing here with the March data versus the June.
To take another large item, if you go to your fourth report table to line item 10, the value of OPVs in the actual scenario. There it is 1.8 billion. You see that?
Yes.
Negative. Whereas if I do look to the comparable line item in your third report at 6.9, it's 2.4 billion. What's the difference? Whereas I understood Mr. Kasmarek, he is zero. That's his.
Yes, yes, but
so why do you get the difference between these two?
The difference between these two again is related to, the difference between the pricing. So the most recent report concentrates on the March market data. So that's a lower, going to be a lower delta than the when you compare to the June market data, which has a higher price curve in his. So the impact of that looks different when you're comparing to the higher June than it does when you're comparing to the lower March curve.
May I now ask TJ, can you show in the fourth report tables 23? First table, only table 23. Can you? No, you can remove the other one, the third report. I need only now to this. Okay. And this is maybe you can identify it first, Ms. Harden. What this table is?
This appears to be table 23 from my fourth report.
Yeah, and what was the tweet? What address?
This addresses the OEPV only scenario, my primary case, as an answer to your question in any event.
Can you, if you, sorry, now I need to have another table next to it. So keep this table, but we need also table 24, which is OPV NLT scenario. Sorry, yeah, table 24, okay, all right. In item 11, you see that? Sorry, can you, yeah? Has Krumel NPP actual scenario cash flows, you see that?
Yes.
Can you please identify, there's a simply question where you treat it in your report, that item?
Well, this has to do with depreciation expense.
Yeah. Okay. Where do you address it specifically?
Let's see. And they should be in order, so I'm in a little trouble though. It should be adjusted at 5.12. That's what, yeah, that's what it ties to.
Okay, thank you. Then I have a last question, more a general question or an open question, if I may call it that way. Can you explain your treatment of the nuclear fuel tax?
Yes. My treatment of the nuclear fuel tax is that, and this is an instruction, that the nuclear fuel tax is part of the factual matrix, and therefore it was in existence and would have been considered by the parties in both the but-for and the actual. So that's what I have done. I have applied the nuclear fuel tax as it would have been applied in the but-for scenario for each of the plants and in the actual scenario.
And which approach did you take on the basis of that instruction?
I applied it in the nuclear fuel tax in both scenarios. I assume that it would be a consideration for the buyer in both scenarios.
Thank you. I look first to Mr. Rylander. Mr. Rylander, any follow-up questions from the questions arising from the tribunal?
No, thank you.
No. Dr. Conrad, any questions arising from the question of the tribunal?
Yes, one. I need 2 seconds. No further questions and no follow-ups.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Harden, thank you for testifying. You're no excuse as an expert witness.
Thank you.
So we come at the end of an intense day. First of all, you will receive now a letter with the few questions that the tribunal still has, and also addressing the matter of the post-hearing submissions. Then I look around whether there's any further questions on the procedural and administrative nature. Professor Robert or Mr. Engbelt, that's who I see on the screen.
Not from the claimant side, thank you.
Mr. Engbelt, you don't have a curtain behind you, so you're in another room. Anyway, Dr.
He's in Hong Kong.
He's in Hong Kong. All right. Okay. Yes, I missed that. Oh my God, that's you are already beyond bedtime. All right, Dr. Conrad, anything from your side?
As you probably remember from the other days, we're interested in transparency and we have no interest in blanking out anything or keeping it from the public.
Okay, so you are already fine with it, Dr. Professor Robert? Anything from your side?
Well, we need to take instructions on that.
I understand.
So we'll get back.
Let us know. All right, then, and one further, when you receive the letter, you will see that we need dates for the post-hearing submissions. Can you consult with each other? Because we left that open for the time being. We thought the parties are sufficiently cooperative to find a mutual convenient date. Which also I may add that I think we should not have, again, the same thing as we had last time, that we have a transcript which is annotated. Transcript is simply what the parties and the experts and witnesses have said, and the tribunal for that matter, but not what you thought that they should have said, or would have said. So the annotations are not, only unless it's really necessary, but it's not the normal course of action for correcting a transcript.
I recall that last time we had huge issues with translation. Yeah. And while I think they were better this time, I can't promise that we wouldn't have to make corrections for that. But I would hope that, I pray for a much smoother process.
All right, okay. Simply that to remind you, then arrest me for those who are living in the United States or attached to it. I wish you a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving.
See you all on Friday. So,